I'm not very sure how to begin. Um, but some of you know me in here. Some of you are family members of mine, cousins, etc. Some of you, until very recently, were my neighbors and community members. Um, Still love you guys, and you know, I'll come see you soonish. Um, for others, since there's so many in here, um, that are scattered around the world. Um, I know some have seen some of my comments. I know there's so many posts that a lot gets shuffled around and missed. um, Anyway, I feel like it's been weighing on me for a while. Um, Especially as the days keep marching on, and um, I feel like summer has kind of been lost in the shuffle of things. Sometimes even in groups like these, uh, but uh, anyway, we are, uh, and by we I mean myself and my children. uh, were summer's um, immediate next door neighbors. Were the property that JD was trespassing on. Um, we are the ones that called the police that day. And we are the ones that heard the scream, right? And just so there's no confusion and um, nobody can say that we are making things up. Let me see. I don't know if that'll clear it up. But let me see here. Do it with. Anyway, oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yep. See, Pinhill. There you go. Anyway, that's the ID. That was our address until just a couple of days ago. And we're pretty grateful that it no longer is. As some of you know, considering some of the awesome people in this group that have sent encouraging messages and well wishes and things that, I'm gonna be honest with you, have kind of kept the darkness at bay. I appreciate it. It's helped. So anyway, um, just wanted to put that out there. Also, before I go any further, because there was problems last time, I left comments, actually two issues, weeks ago, in an interview that, and look, I'm going to have a hard time using the initials you all use, just because of medical issues, and I'm used to calling people by name, and I'm going to try not to do that, but to make it easier on me, there's going to be some that and there's others I'm going to leave out because it's not my place to um, out them or tell their parts of the story or make it impossible for them to live their lives or to speak for them on what they experienced, and what they know. And so there's going to be things that you see that I do that with if they allow these to be shared. The group admins, that is. But before I start, I would just like to say one of speak for them on what they experienced. To make it easier on me, there's going to be some that and there's others I'm going to leave out because it's not my place to out them or tell their parts of the story, or make it impossible for them to live their lives or to speak for them on what they experienced, and what they know. And so there's going to be things that you see that I do that if they allow these to be shared. The group admins, that is. But before I start, I would just like to say one of the comments I left weeks ago after Candace and them had done an interview, and the screen was mentioned. We were kind of outed a little bit, and then immediately upon leaving a comment asking for my kids' privacy, people went and, within seconds, had shared pictures of them. Even to my comment about my children, because of our situation right now, are going through enough, and I'd rather, and even if we weren't, I would rather that nobody share their information or images. And also the other day when things were mentioned and I spoke up at all, people mentioned my speech and accused me of being intoxicated. That's not the case. I have cancers, and I had, as you can see, a surgery to try to remove one of them that had metastasized. We didn't get clear margins, things like that. Either way, as it stands, I was supposed to have begun radiation again just, I think the 20th of last month. However, they've decided that they're saving that back for the other cancers and things, so we're just kind of watching this one kind of do its thing. But because of the situation and some other out of anybody's hands things, and then everything, I've been off thyroid meds for 5 or 6 months now, since well before Summer had, before she went missing. And it makes, when you're off of it this long, it makes things hard. My body doesn't function correctly. My hands kind of lock up joints, things like that. But it does affect my speech patterns. It makes my mouth heavy, along with where the nerves were cutting here. It hits those centers. So sometimes it does sound, and the more stressed I get or upset, and lately, I'll be honest with you, that's been a lot. And yesterday was not a good day, so today it's a little bit harder for me to enunciate clearly enough for others to understand me or not think I'm intoxicated. But I promise you I'm not. We can do a pickup any day. Anyway, so, yeah. And I, obviously no thyroid. But the thyroid meds and not having those for so long is definitely affecting things. And so is our current situation, and, yeah. So the stress is real. You'll hear me go back and forth with speech. I'll try to make sure that I enunciate as clearly as possible. Anyway, I'm going to stop this one here a second so I can ensure that these will load and share and things, and aren't huge files. I just wanted to preface everything with that, so there was some clarification there. Sorry. And I guess here in a second I'll start somewhere, excuse me, a little while before Summer went missing a couple weeks before because I think things that far out are important, and my hopes for these are that maybe it helps keep attention on Summer in these groups and people looking for her as they're out and their eyes open, and that she's not forgotten because she matters. Okay, so like I said a second ago, I'm going to try to start, excuse me, I'm going to try to start several weeks prior to Summer vanishing. On this particular property we were on for years, not long before Summer went missing, we found out just days before the sale that it was for sale. A piece of it, not that actual property. But there was no signs that went up. There was no anything to let us know that it had been placed for sale or on any realty sites. Even though we were told later on that it had been, and that wasn't true. And we kind of know why. It was to keep trouble down, because, the area, if you know it, you know it. And that particular road is notorious for certain things. And that road is named for a family member of my children's father. Children's father's family. So it's named, yeah. Anyway, and so we knew there hadn't been signs because a lot of his family lives on it further in than we did. So if you are, I'm getting a little lost here. Sorry, a little scattered. Everything for me is kind of a spider web. So if you are looking at Candace's property, our driveways are across the road from each other, and a little corner, like hers is here and ours is here, but we can see each other. And ours is worse than Candace has ever thought about, steeper, longer. That being said, the news pictures, they're a little deceiving in a way, because you can't really, the perspective's not, living there is different. We're not as remote from one another as it makes it look, but yet we kind of are, and it's not going to make sense unless you live in the community, And I mean, I have videos, pictures that could show you, but anyway, contrary to popular belief, Candace and I, at least, we can hear and see one another from the top of our hill, even inside the house and inside of the cabin that was there. I could hear them, even in normal tones, on their hill. And when you come into the road, our properties in particular, that property and Candace's property, are like, I don't know, almost like guards to the rest of the road, right? They're taller, they're higher, everybody else is built kind of low and in the valley. So our property, y'all, I'm stuck with it for right now. I'm sure people will take exception. Either way, it might happen with the hour, whatever, and the swap off and on with that. It's only been days. For us that we were there, so it's hard. Anyway, we can hear one another. We can hear the children playing in the fall when foliage. I mean, even when foliage is up, I can see some of hers. She can see some of mine. Winter, fall, we can see each other perfectly. Like, you know. But, other neighbors can't really see us. I can see down to others that I'm going to leave nameless, things like that. And I can hear them as well. The property, and like I said, it's hard for me because I know I'm speaking present, but it's like I said, it's been a whirlwind lately. So, the property we were on until a few days ago, it picks up sound a little differently than just about everybody else in there. The way the hollow is shaped, the way the property is shaped, I can hear most of the hollow, and I can also hear the main road all the way out to a giant farm that's kind of near another point of interest. And the sounds are like it's right in your face in the yard at the top. Depends on it. And anyway, so back to the property sale. We found out that it was the little piece, that JD and the whole thing there with the Ben Hill Hell happened. The day before, that particular piece, is at the very end in the ridge line, sort of it kind of goes between Candace's and the 125, sort of. It's attached to the 125. But when we found it for sale, what had happened was people started coming up and asking if the house and the main property in this area, they were like, and arguing. And at first we thought it was like thieves during the day and people doing like the metal stuff and, who knew what, right? Didn't take it seriously. They would ask, is, this one for sale? We're like, no. And, so then had people arguing with us. It wasn't but a couple days before the actual sale happened. And then, there was strange people sitting at the very bottom at the bottom of the driveway for this property. Across the road, there's a spot, like a parking spot. And, it's a great place to watch, this property we were on, and straight up our driveway plus Candace's, and just sit there. But I could see it from. So anyway, I took exception to that. There was all kinds of people sitting in there for like an hour or two, and as most of you know online, there was a DCS situation next door. And so, but it was so strange that, I think at that point I had messaged over and I was like, look, there are cars sitting here for hours, because I didn't know what they were doing. And, I don't know, always on this hyper alert, vigilant status, right? PTSD like crazy. So for the most part, the house remained quiet, at least in my area of it, the cabin, because at the time I was going through cancer treatments and the radiation had to be separated, so anyway, and the cabin was a different angle than the house and other parts, so noises were different, things were different for me. Anyway, very particular and all about not being bothered. So any little noise would bring me out, even on a regular day. But it was making me like, And so I messaged next door. I was like, are these like people for you? What's happening? They were like, no. And I was like, well, I don't know what this is, but this has got to stop. So, I put tires in the way down there so people couldn't park there anymore not long before, and during the period that we thought it was for, like when we were finding out, but didn't know yet that it was for sale. So anyway, somebody happened to come by and have it pulled up on their phone, like a Remax or one of those, and we were like, what? And so we called the realty place, and we're like, and they had it wrongly listed as the actual address here, that, on video. Not the piece and parcel that was for sale that's attached to it. So we called the realty office. We're like, what is happening? People are up here. You've got it wrongly listed all across the internet as. Hold on. Where they're at, but I still measured off. Had surveyors come out, and also looking at the Remax and there were so many, especially out of state advertisements, because they're getting more money out of those in Hawkins right now, especially with people not even being able to view the properties in person. And yeah, so what had been done, it was almost laughable. We knew immediately there was going to be problems, because what had been done was when they came to take the photos, and if you live in a wooded area, you kind of know there's a sweet spot, especially for realty photos, that you can kind of make things blend. It goes, between like fall and winter, full on winter, or you take them in winter, like dead end, and then go into spring. It's, puffery for real estate. It's kind of what they do. You expect some of this, but this was pretty blatant and some of the craziest I'd ever seen. Some of the most misleading. And what they had done was, I think there was like a series of, on some sites it was like 34, others had 44 pictures. They had absolutely trespassed and come all the way up to like where the house, cabin, things like that were. Definitely not on the piece that was, up for sale. And had made it look like, to anybody that didn't know the area or couldn't come look in person, and I don't know, they'd advertised it as rolling hills, and it definitely is not. Like, but they had made Candace's and this property, and because, and the road in between us kind of blends, right? So you can't even tell it's there in the photos. But they had made it look like it was one big continuous looking thing. Couldn't even tell the road was there. And you, in some of the photos, can see Candace's basement door just perfectly. So, anyway, they were definitely trespassing. Most of the photos weren't even of the property that was up for sale. What that piece actually is like the crust of the bank. I think the biggest spot on it really to build is like 60, 70 feet. And it is over a cliff. I don't know how you would manage it, even with unrestricted, just because of, waterways and ditches and the slope and the grade of the land, because even unrestricted doesn't mean, right? And then most of the actual physical property is like the whole 2 acres of it almost is like this under where the barn sits for this property. You can't really access it. It's like a creek bed and straight up. I mean, you can't do anything with it. You couldn't build on it. You couldn't, even if you wanted to. It's basically just a cliff, and it goes straight down to the creek. It was definitely, and they sold it as is, where is. It was whole thing. So, anyway, in those days that it was for sale, just a few, and I think we'd finally, and they had to advertise all kinds of crazy stuff that wasn't actually available there, like high-speed internet and a different power company. I mean, it was wild. So, anyway, definitely wasn't worth what it was going for. I mean, somebody was getting robbed. That's the truth. But, so we knew when it sold, there was going to be issues, and, yeah. So for even before the sale finalized, until it finalized, there were still people coming and going to look at it. People coming through there, and there have been a lot of that lately, especially in the past year. For other properties up for sale, people looking because of the unrestricted land in Hawkins itself. So, and there was many properties up for sale. So there was all kinds of out-of-state people. That's most of what came for this particular piece. There was cars coming and going. The road itself, the things that happened leading up to Summer's disappearance, were a little crazy for all of us, because had these been average weeks and days, any of us could have told you what ant peed in the road. But it was like a perfect storm was created in a place where perfect storms never happen. Because for the most part, this is a place you don't come into unless you're invited. This is not a place you stop in for a picnic. This is not a place that, this is a place if you don't know it, you don't stop in it, and you don't stop after dark, and you're not, this is not, yeah. So, anyway, with very little traffic, any other day we could have told you everybody that had been on that road. But it started with these property sales, and in particular with this property sale for the piece that JD eventually bought and did close on. So, even up until the time that he came, there was still people coming to look, hoping, I guess, that it would not close. And, yeah. Most people that came to look at that piece, laughed like it's, So, during those, weeks, I was given the go-ahead by, property owners, and, you're going to hear me mention Voldemort here in that way. Because I'm having trouble using the name, because of our particular situation, and I mean, there's just something so, and when I say that, I mean the person I was with and their father. So, I was given the go-ahead to try to track down the property lines, which was a little strange considering the things we'd been through with the years and how. Anyway, so I tracked down the property lines. Most of these people, if you know the community, are kin in some form or other. Most have property maps dating back to 1800s. In particular, this family were some of the first settlers to Rogersville and Hawkins and to Beech Creek itself. So, the deed that should go with that piece that was for sale that JD bought happened to be the survey map itself that had been done in 77 that goes with the deed that the last one made it. Either way, it was in the closet. So, kind of knew where they're at, but I still measured off. Had the surveyors come out, whole nine. And even in the cancer shape, I mean, like, I went and got it done right. Found mistakes, made sure things lined up. Because there's a point of contention. And we knew that that in itself would present an issue. So, that whoever showed up, that would be a problem area for the family that owns that. I did my research, and it. I'll get to that in the next part. However, so at that point, after it's surveyed off, things are done, we just kind of wait for whoever's bought it to show up. And, so the next one, I will try to get to JD. Sorry, guys. The more I talk, the harder it gets, the more I have to clear, the more tired my voice and face gets. And like I said, yesterday was a pretty hard day, so stressed. Anyway, so, we think there might be problems because it takes JD a little longer than we thought to appear. However, during this period, I was pretty alert, because like I said, PTSD, hypervigilance, had it all, still do. However, not to the same degree. I have realized now that those were things, that were extremely magnified, for me, and I thought for other reasons until our escape, not long ago. So, anyway, so every noise, everything was kind of bringing me out, to look at, to make sure of, vehicles, cars, checking on things, survey lines, for weeks, waiting on JD, who I didn't know at the time because obviously had no name, no way of getting, knowing anything until the transfer happened, or until somebody showed up. So, like I said, there was still lots of traffic coming and going, people hoping it hadn't closed, or that it wouldn't, or there would be pullouts, or that sort of thing. My PTSD and hypervigilance had been pushed into overdrive, and so I was paying more attention to the traffic and things, and honestly, before we get to JD, I think there's something, because I've seen it mentioned in the groups before, but it doesn't seem to be widespread, and I don't know, or I'm not sure why it's not mentioned more, but for several weeks leading up to, and even after summer had finished, there were 2 crews working on a road, tree and mow crew and that sort of thing. But for a couple of weeks, they had kind of solely been on Candace and Donnie's property, just grinding it down, like I have never, ever seen before in my life. Trees, tree stands, buildings, fences, fence posts, down to the nub. It was pretty wild, and I didn't realize how bad it was until the day we were searching for Summer. And how, it was, I'd never seen anything ground down like that. So it was like, what? But anyway, it's neither here nor there. But they had spent quite a while just working on Candace and Donnie's, and being over there on that piece. Yeah. And so they were in there for several weeks leading up to Summer's disappearance. And it wasn't just like a couple guys. This was dozens and dozens and dozens. It was personal vehicles, it was work equipment, it was chainsaws all day. They would cut out and the noise would stop around 3 p.m. every day. But it had all of our dogs kind of worn out, and just overwhelmed between the traffic for the property sale and strange people, and then all this massive amount of heavy equipment noise. It had just, everybody's dogs were tired of it. However, Candace's puppies and dogs are partially part of, I don't know, my dog is partly their dad. But these dogs do bark, like we've all said. They know us. They see us. I can go to the vomit room, and they would be like, la 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 la. They could hear me come out of the cabin just a couple of feet and light up. And they know us, but they still, they look like they have a problem with the bark. And then there's one, I had a particular name for, because, Lord, his particular bark. But anyway, and we were around these dogs, and they would still light up. They knew our noises, and it was still a constant. And they were less wore out than our dogs, so they were still barking. They were still kind of themselves. Either way, so for several weeks, these crews were in there. There were things I found, a little odd. I've worked construction, I've worked all kinds of jobs, and as a female, you kind of know how life is, right? No biggie, we know how it is. We all kind of just, but there were several points where I was asked to stop and talk to these guys on ways to appointments and things, and let them know that if they had to cut timber when they got to this piece, that it was to be left laying, not to be cut, not to be taken, because there was already issues at that point with that stuff happening, and people were taking exception, especially with the price of lumber. And so had some things happen there where, like, I had one of the radiation scans, and I was just wearing like a top like this and some stretch leggings and like a sports bra. That way I didn't have to be in like a gown and more uncomfortable, because for that particular scan you were literally tied together like a turkey. It's not comfortable. So I was going out. I happened to catch, what looked like supervisors and things early in the morning. Told them that, but I had a couple pins accidentally dropped several times in a row into a spot to where I'd have to lean over and get them. And the entire car was surrounded in ways that made me super uncomfortable, even though I'm not really the type to be uncomfortable around. So, that was happening for several weeks, like I said, on mostly and solely just Candace and Donnie's property. I mean, we were all like, man, it is taking forever over there. But they literally did some of the clear cut over there and straight to the main road is one of the most, I don't know, things I've ever seen. So, then comes, and at this point, the foliage, I want you to keep in mind, is not as thick as what everybody saw on TV yet, and it really wasn't like that until just a day or two, even before summer vanished. It wasn't, I mean, I could still walk through the woods and see, and I could come out on the bank and visualize and see all the lines. I could still see Candace's house. And as the days after JD shows up and then summer vanishes and the searches and it's starting, it had a couple rains there and everything right before all that, so it just, it immediately looked like it had been like that. And so noise carried differently, things changed. It did make the searches harder. I mean, it was out of control within days of summer vanishing. So it went from being able to step between trees and stuff just fine and being able to visually lay eyes on something to no longer having a line of sight because of how much the growth had exploded within just a very short time frame. So I'll get to JD. Okay, so the day before summer vanished, right? It was a pretty normal day. I was pretty tired, didn't feel good that day. I do recall what had happened was Voldemort had, I believe, gotten off early or something. Or there was an appointment I had. I don't really. I'd have to look back at messages, honestly. So, I took a nap, and then woke up mid-evening, and I had to go out to get things, obviously, for the day, like dinner and, normal stuff, right? Normal routine day for most people other than probably the cancer nap. And, we were still hearing sawing noises, but our dogs weren't barking. And like I said, ours were worn out. However, Candace and them still did, bark and things. But paid no never mind to, we get in Voldemort's truck, start down the hill, and my car sat at the bottom of the driveway for the most part. Anyway, mind you, before JD had ever shown up, when the property lines were run, the survey lines, that type of thing, and markers put on the iron property stakes. That way, whoever bought it could get the visual idea, right? There had also been posted signs, no trespassing, that sort of thing. That way, they'd have a visual idea where they needed to walk, where they needed to. You obviously hear my small herd of elephants here. It's a little loud where we're temporarily staying. Yeah, but teenagers, right? And preteens. Well, an adult and a preteen. But anyway, so we started on the driveway, and I think I'm seeing things. I really think I see the rear end of a vehicle parked on one side of the driveway, and I'm like, no, I'm just not going to say anything to Voldemort because I think I'm seeing things. But then Voldemort realizes he sees it too, and things are getting ready to go real sideways. So we get to that spot in the driveway, which is, basically at the bottom of it, and the truck is barely stopped. And this part right here is why I can guarantee you that JD calls it Ben Hill hell. And at this point, it's kind of my favorite term for it as well. Can't disagree with him. So anyway, and probably for the same reason. So anyway, Voldemort jumps out of the truck and loses it on JD. Even I didn't think, and it was rare for that particular groups on other people, but this time it was, and I was like even surprised myself, and thought I wasn't really going to calm him down at all. But I sent Voldemort eventually, because what JD had done was there are two particular trespassing signs, as you can see in some of his photos. Kind of made it a challenge because he chose those. Most people are going to go to the left or the right of no trespassing signs, right? JD didn't do that. JD cut through my lights, my decorative lights. He had a chainsaw and apparently been cutting trees down and all kinds of things to park that vehicle directly in between two no trespassing signs, like a challenge. It was kind of mind-blowing, honestly. And also probably the wrong neck of the woods to do that in. That road in particular does have a reputation, probably the worst inside of the community, other than one other one, for bad things. So, anyway, I get Voldemort calmed down. I send him back up the hill to get the giant survey map that had been framed because it's so old. That way nobody could, wouldn't break things. Anyway, and the calls and the papers and everything, from the courthouse and stuff that show the calls and all that. And they make it clear the survey map was made by that family, that property piece JD bought belonged to. So it wasn't the survey map for this piece. It actually went with and was paid for by that family in 77, 76, and right before the deed sign, which is like 77. And I have pictures of it and things, and the up close spot that's in question and that type of thing. But anyway, so I'd see him up in case, because that was my plan, right? That's what I thought the family wanted me to do was, here's the paperwork, here are the things, kind of let me show you around. Here where issues are going to be, like, here's your, like, anyway, Voldemort kind of ruined that with the attitude, and I don't think it would help anyway, just because of, and I'm sure he might be watching in here, but just because of JD's own behaviors. Oh boy, it was a day, let me tell you. So, when Voldemort came back down with the things, JD wouldn't even really look at them, was having none of it. Also, it started on me that JD wasn't real interested in, because he could absolutely visualize where the markers were and the lines had been run, but didn't seem real interested in facing that. And he handed us at one point just a GIS map. And if you know anything about properties, it even says on, like usually where those come from, on the county websites and things, they're not to be in place of surveys. There's a reason for that, because GIS data is just tax data. It's what you're taxed on. It's not what the actual parcel is. It does not make up for a survey. Boy, it does not. And whoever had sold it to him, that's what they gave him, was just a blown up picture of GIS data, which is some of what I've seen, and mostly what I've seen in these groups being shared, or you all sharing GIS data. It is not the same as parcel and survey maps. Not even remotely close. And so he handed that to us, and it was kind of laughable, but I was like, look, and I had to kind of force him to be like, look, will you take pictures of this? That way, in the actual survey map, and, I'm sorry, you've been kind of misled, but don't take it out on us. And by this point, things had, woo! And Voldemort goes up to his uncle's. Hold on. Okay, so, same as parcel and survey maps. Not even remotely close. And so he handed that to us, and it was kind of laughable, but I was like, look, and I had to kind of force him to be like, look, will you take pictures of this? That way, in the actual survey map, and, I'm sorry, you've been kind of misled, but don't take it out on us. And by this point, things had, woo! And Voldemort goes up to his uncle's. Hold on. I'm sorry, you've been kind of misled, but don't take it out on us. And by this point, things had, woo! And Voldemort goes up to his uncle's. Hold on. the cops eventually show up. By this point, JD seems like and he tells us before the cop gets there, we don't have to worry about it. And Voldemort realizes at this point, when he comes back down the road after I've been left with JD alone for a few minutes, that his uncle had already talked to JD and found him there on the property not too long before us, cutting and doing whatever, and had told him he was on the wrong piece and asked him to move. And I guess they all had words. And his uncle left before it upset him, that type of thing, So we come down not long after and found JD there ourselves. So then it set Voldemort off again, and he leaves back and forth a few times, calling his mom, who's one of the ones on the deed with the uncle, or whatever, I don't know, property, I don't know. So anyway, JD is mostly arguing the whole time about how he's not moving, this and whatever. I think at one point introduces the dog, which is a big thing with him. I did notice that when Voldemort was away, JD would treat me entirely differently. There was something that just kind of slid over. It was very strange. And he would talk to me entirely differently than he would with Voldemort there. And there were points where I was just trying to have a conversation with him. I'm like, look, just trying to get him to be calm enough to hear me out. That it kind of struck me a little wrong. There was one point there that I did warn him about our children, and in particular in this community, the houses have mostly been built kind of eons ago. People I know online had asked questions about Candace Nims, and it was much larger till right before this. And they torn off and were going to rebuild. So that's why it's the size it was. Man, they were just rebuilding an old piece that had been there, and we're getting there. Anyway, so the way it all sits in the properties and houses, especially with the 3 or 4 that are right there, and we can kind of see each other. The bedrooms and things face certain ways. That way, especially the children's aren't, and there's no adult bedrooms face, so. But there's one particular spot that JD's piece would have come up to meet right next to where, like my daughter's bedroom sort of was. And I did warn JD that if I caught him because I'm not gonna lie, he struck my stomach a little funny. Funny enough for me to tell him that if I caught him in that spot after dusk doing anything other than mowing, I wasn't gonna ask twice. And I wonder now, all kinds of things, I don't know. But we did at one point, and after Summer went, we knew he was lying to us about certain things. He didn't want to give us his name. The only way we found out his name was at the very end, and after the police were there. There was definitely a mask wearing situation going on with that fella. Because we were backing out in my car, and I thought he was moving by this point because he couldn't find a place to park. He asked if he could park across the street and this and the other, and we were like, nope. And there were some weird things, like I thought it was his health or he was having like breathing problems, but I realized several times that he was sitting on the back of his blue blazer thing, kind of squatted on it, like kind of been over, and I thought he was having like health or breathing or just where he was older problems, not in shape problems. But then it took a couple times for that to realize that he was kind of throwing a tantrum. It was like a, and I was like, oh dear. And in between, like Voldemort coming and going, JD, before his point had, like, he would talk to me. Well, he would ask something of me, whatever he wanted to know, whatever he wanted answered, in a pretty direct, rude manner. Like I was supposed to answer like that for him, like on command. And I was trying to stay pretty quiet, but I would answer whatever it was. But when I asked something of him, he wouldn't respond, or it was very strange, like some sort of biblical marriage. The guy definitely has some sort of problem with females. I mean, it's just how I feel about it personally. Definitely some issues there. But after all this transpired, found out he had lied about his age, that sort of thing. When we were backing out, at one point we thought he was backing out too, of in between the no trespassing and gonna do whatever, And instead, because he's sitting on the back of the thing, we think was taking a rest for a second. That was not the case, and I was like, whoa, Voldemort, stop the car for just a second. And I kind of was in the passenger seat, and the window was rolled down on the driver's, and I was like, are you going to move? And he was like, no, I'm not, because this is mine, and I just, whatever, I was like, look, no. And Voldemort, so I was like, you know what? Go call the cops, because like they've said in the media and things, cell phone signal, that sort of thing down there, right? So Voldemort leaves me there again. I'm keeping an eye on JD, and he goes to call the cops. At this point, JD realizes, it was a swap really quick. And he was like, well, could I do this? And could I park there? All of a sudden, could I? And I'm like, what is happening here? Like, he wanted nothing to do with anything. So then he starts packing up what he does have unpacked, which is like a camping grill, charcoal, the dog, cheap dog food. But the whole back of this thing's filled with stuff. Got pictures that show what all he had in the vehicle that day. And him as well. But his plan was to camp there and squat until, I guess, and he had a picture of like one of the cabins, almost like I had for the cancer treatment, but really small. And inside of this itty-bitty folder was basically just a picture of GIS data and then one of the prefab cabin things. Sheds, whatever. But at that time, he was just planning on, like, tent and little grill, dog. I don't know. Starting fires and what? I don't know. It was weird. So, he packs all this back up with his cans of gas and whatnot, right? And, at least some of it. So then, one of the property owners comes, Voldemort's person, and, with all the paperwork and things, the cops eventually show up. By this point, JD seems like and he tells us before the cop gets there, we don't have to worry about it, won't have a neighbor, etc., because Voldemort had offered to buy it, and it's the other from it by this point several times too. And at one point, JD tries to hand the cop the GIS data too, and even the cop was like, and there's the giant survey map that isn't it. And the cop basically tells him that these people have owned the property for X amount of, like, 200 years. Pretty sure they know where the property lines are, whatever. Which, anyway, so JD's not real interested in giving his name. I don't think anybody ever really even asks for it. Then all of a sudden because he told us, like, he had offered the information that he was some sort of vet in, I think, Germany at the time, which didn't really add up with the age he gave us. And then, but he never says that to the cop or anything, and that's usually kind of the first thing. I mean, it's kind of a thing, right? That's usually the first thing. That I'm a vet, right? It's one of those things we all know. But I noticed he never mentioned that. That was a little strange. Cop gets there. JD kind of wanders off to himself mostly and really starts packing everything the rest of the way up. Then it seems like, I don't know, he's going to find somewhere else, whatever. Then all of a sudden his personality becomes kind of sweet as pie, and he mentions, something about the wife, and I heard it like the wife stabbed me or wanted to, I don't know. It was a little bizarre. I was standing a little ways off at that point talking to the pseudo mother-in-law person. And so at this point, JD had even mentioned for him he was selling, etc. But then Voldemort asks him, he's like, hey, bud, can I get the number or whatever before you take off? And the mask sort of slips. JD's back's turned at that point to everybody. And JD just kind of screams out in this angry tone, why do you need that? Even the cop stopped and was like, you just told him you were selling. I mean, like, how's he supposed to get in contact with you? Voldemort sort of says the same thing at the same time. Then that's how JD's name sort of learned. The first, anyway. The rest was in the file and accidentally caught by eyesight. The numbers given and exchanged. He makes a big deal of not having anywhere to go. Asks for hotel recommendations of take a dog. We all tell him, including the officer. And then at one point, he had heard, and this was, sorry, it's a little scattered, but at one point there, right before, somewhere between him and the GIS data and then the survey thing, it seemed like the cop was like, well, civil court. And when JD heard that, he got a little excited, like, oh, well, so I can squat here and tell, basically. But then I was like, but he got through lights and things to get in there, and the officer was like, oh no, you can't do it. I'm going to need you to come on back out of there. So at this point, JD knew he had to leave, because, parking somewhere is one thing, cutting through stuff to get to it is another. So, anyway, about hotel recommendations, sweet as pie again. JD's pretty acquiescing, asking about hotel recommendations, sweet as pie again. Pseudo mother-in-law backs out to kind of let him out, and the officer's still sitting there with us, and JD almost rips off the entire exhaust system trying to get out of there and out of the. There are two driveways. Where JD was parked is considered the old driveway for this property. It's the original driveway, and it kind of curves and goes up. But there's also a straight driveway, and it is newer and worse. This is, as most people tell you, even four-wheel drives have a problem getting up this thing. So, when he backs out of the curvy one and the straight one, the concrete for the roadway comes down. And I mean, he's in such a hurry, he almost rips off the exhaust, but he leaves. But JD struck us all so wrong that later that night we went looking at all the hotels we had recommended, all the way out to Bayleton and Greenville, seeing if we could see his vehicle to make sure he was where he was supposed to be. And then he wasn't at any of those places. So as we're coming back through Fort Beach Creek and back to this property, we check every hollow and every place we know of people to be able to park and squat and do whatever. He's nowhere. Which, trust me, is a few places down through there. Never could find him. So we just let it go. We go on back. And that's kind of the topic and what's on our minds for at least a few hours until, right? And that's the big topic of discussion for everybody in Beach Creek and what's happening with that. And I honestly think I had done a video or two that day, that evening. I don't recall if they're open or not, but if they are, they're there, and they're just hours before Summer goes missing. So anyway, that was at least most of the interaction with JD. The guy was a little off. The only vehicle I saw parked there that day was the blue Trailblazer, older. The next day, as y'all seen and heard, things started changing, which we first took to be rumor, and I still, there are questions about things, even for we who were up close and personal with these situations and had visual on all of this for the duration. But all of these things, like I said, definitely came together to create this perfect storm that even 2.5 weeks before, well, because by this point, I just want to let you know, the tree cutters were there. JD was happening, property, people still showing up. That even happened quite a bit even after JD left. Because after that, we've not seen JD again. At least I've not. And I mean, that was just like 13 days ago that I was there. So, I do know that we spoke to JD. Voldemort did. The kids have, I believe that, and the lawyer he contacted, the conversation with that between Voldemort and JD's lawyer here, videotaped. So I don't know. I know that on JD's Facebook, he said he was here the next day. Something about biscuits and gravy or beer. And a dog, and that was it, kind of. But I think the lawyer wasn't talked to until like 2 days after Summer went missing, is the impression the lawyer gave on this video. So I'm not really sure how long JD was in town after the Ben Hill Hell incident. I mean, David Sherrills, and most of me agrees. I don't think he's pretty low on my list. That's all I'm saying. I think he has his own separate issues. I think he's a little off. Um, definitely has maybe problems with women of some variety. Um, some anger issues of his own. I'm not real sure. Could have just been a situation. Could have been all kinds of things. But me personally, he's low on my list. So I don't know. I'm not a cop. I'm not a detective. I'm not the feds. They know what they know, and I just experienced what I experienced. So those are two entirely different things. It's their job to put these pieces together. Anyway, yeah. But JD did make it seem like, I don't know, this when he first came in there, it was just over exaggeration. He did lie about his age, made himself older than he actually was by quite a bit. Kept mentioning how he was having problems moving and falling, but then I didn't really see that. I saw an exaggeration of that at certain points, so it was a little weird for me. I don't know. Whole thing struck me as weird. But JD had been in there for obviously quite a while, sawing, doing whatever. Did tell us that at one point he had actually, because I think Baltimore had asked him if he'd even walked the property at first. He's like, no, and he was like, well, yeah, I came with a friend. But then it coincided with another name that had just shown up like a day or two before in conjunction with sale online. And I was like, it struck me as like, did he just use that second person's name? It's stuck out as a realtor? Like, he lied about that too. Like, so who knows if he actually had walked the property? Because I'll tell you, there was a lot of days there, and I don't know how they would get past the dogs things, but they did. I still have no idea. They took pictures of our property without our dogs in them, but they did. They must carry bit. I don't know, but the point is, I highly doubt it. Honestly, I think it's just another lie. But that's just my opinion. Um, it was a very strange thing. But still, for me, he's probably one of the lowest on my list. That's how I feel about it. And he's not wrong, and I really do enjoy his Ben Hill Hell term. I've now adopted it. I'm using it too. So, thanks, JD. Anyway, I will be back in just a minute. Okay, so I'm back. I'm gonna have to hold this thing instead of leaving it stationary, because it definitely needs to charge. So, there was something just a second ago I knew I accidentally left out, and I don't really recall what that was now. I know that it was a very strange, perfect storm that created all of this, to where Summer was even able to go missing. And um, like I had said, any other time, and we would have, I don't know how anybody would have ever pulled this off, and I still, for the life of me, do not. Because even just minutes before she vanished, if anybody had asked me if I thought one of our children could be taken from in there, I would have laughed. And trust me, as a mother and as the mother of the only other girl in the hollow and the only other, I had the only other children in there, in the particular road. But the only other one with a daughter. And obviously, like JD had struck me wrong enough to warn him about my own and about all of the neighborhood children and grandchildren and things in the surrounding. But I keep an eye on mine even in town, because, around here it was pretty mild, and now we've got like the big rings coming in and stuff this place is not used to, so it's working well here. So they're hitting smaller towns. We've had quite a few things happen in the past couple of years, including at the park that Candace happened to be at that day. There have been quite a few incidents there to where most of us had stopped going or taking our children to there's a playground there that it's beautiful. And it's also set up for special needs children. It's one of the better ones around here, but there have been so many pervs at it and doing crazy things that a lot of us locally and in the surrounding area had stopped going. I think there were several, news pieces, but I know that there was Facebook posts about it a lot, and pictures of the men they caught, So, either way, and at our local Walmarts, things like that, there have been a lot of incidents the past couple of years picking up something this place in particular not been used to, sort of like the money scams and things, and like the fake legs and all that this place in particular wasn't used to. Bigger city stuff, they are, but it's moving here because obviously easy marks, right? So either way, pretty vigilant about her, and when you see me look over that way, she's over there. So anyway, and she has her headphones in because I've asked, because this particular topic it's hard for her, it's hard for all of us, and anyway, so JD had happened. He'd hit my gut enough to, warrant me saying something about my daughter and that particular spot and other things. But like I said, he's pretty low on my list, and honestly, I kind of owe the guy an apology. I was wondering why it was a little strange that for once out of 26 years I was allowed to be the spokesman for this particular Voldemort pack. And why even Voldemort had stood up and been like, oh, Mom let her speak because she's done our research, this, the other. And the whole time I've been under the impression that the spike in question on the original driveway, that the reason it was where it was, even on the 77 map, was because of the way the watershed works from the very top of the hill where the main house is. And they had changed it and made it look like that spike was in the main road, but that it actually wasn't, like, say the spike would have been in, like, just general grass area, okay? Saying like 1800 or whatever. But then the water shed from the top of the hill, the way it transferred over the years and trickled down would feed it and then made it become one and look like it was actually in the original roadway. And I'd asked specifically about this, thought I'd made sure of that. And I was kind of, I don't know, assumptions, right? So when JD got there, I noticed it was a little strange that Suda, and I didn't notice till after all this went down that it was asked of Suda mother-in-law to kind of step back and let me speak. And I was waiting for her to, so I didn't really honestly say much, because they're pretty particular about things. And so I didn't really say much anyway, and it never really came up with, I did tell JD that was the one thing the family would fight over, and that was the thing. That was the only point, and that's exactly where JD had parked, was the entrance in between those two no trespassing signs to the original and main driveway. Then it was several days into the summer thing, before I was kind of looked at and told, nope, that's where it's always been. That is actually in the road. So what I told JD wasn't, I don't know, I was manipulated and sort of omitted to, and I guess that way everybody else could say they weren't. And so then I checked it out with other family members, people who had passed, who were close to the original property owner prior to, and that was most certainly the case. They said the reason the second driveway was actually built was because in that survey map 77 was touching, they were afraid that would become the right of way, and so they built the second driveway that's used now to ensure that could not happen. So there you go. Me and Jay both were just, and I think a lot of it was, it falls into the, I think a lot of it falls into, what was happening to us for years there. Weren't really allowed to build on or do anything or this and the other. I did manage to eventually get agreement to build on a bathroom. Nobody would let a septic be put in. And I think that the reason it was such an issue about the property for everybody was so contamination and things weren't found, and especially the giant trash pile and that sort of thing, and the well and the creek being so close and whatever, because that would bring trouble. And I think that, for years I've been like, hey, this needs to be taken care of, blah, 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 but it was part of what we had to endure there, and it was part of the control there, and I warned people that would eventually come down the pipeline. Didn't matter until. And then I was used and manipulated in a way to where everybody could say, so anyway. But I think I owe JD an apology. However, I also think whatever. Anyway, so that was the topic until summer vanished. I mean, some of the last messages, with I and others, just in those last minutes before and the last hours before were about the property drama and about all these things. And it seems so silly now in comparison. that that's what everybody was concerned. Like, you know, however, JD being there the day prior and wondering if he was going to come back and it was going to be super weird or, you know, cops showing up or whatever, kept me on a hyper alert. I mean, like super hyper alert. Like I was anyway, like I said, but after him being there and the weirdness, it kept me on. But somehow I still missed what happened next. Um, and I still can't tell you how. And I wish every day I could tell you how I missed what happened next. I wish every day I could just tell me how I missed what happened next. So, anyway, I'm gonna end this one here, and the next day, the day Summer went missing, um, pretty normal day. Kind of goofing off maybe at JD's expense a little because I still had no clue what I'd been used for. So I thought all kinds of things. Anyway, and you know, that was the high drama, right? So and then we were just like normal. For the kids and I, you know, most days health-wise, especially at that point, were not good for me. I'd been off the thyroid meds. I'd had a really hard time running those survey lines and doing what I had to do to get all that done anyway, with no help other than my oldest. Oh, sorry, I have a cramp. Whew. And so the kids and I were in the cabin. The doors open, the windows open, no TV or anything going. For the most part, the cabin itself was pretty empty. I had a bed in there, fish tank, that type of thing, you know. But it was actually a pretty good feeling day, so air conditioning wasn't on, anything like that. Felt pretty nice. And at the time, it hadn't been, and still wasn't last I knew, just a few days ago, insulated or drywall up or anything. So, you could basically, you know, and it was a different angle than the house, so sounds were a little different to it than, say, the house was. And it was a little closer to Candace's than the house. So I'm at the head of the bed, say like you were up towards your headboard, and in the middle, I was kind of in that area of the bed. My oldest was to my left, but around where, like, if you were sitting Indian style at your headboard, he was kind of to my left and down a little past where knees Indian style would be. And my daughter was towards my feet and to the left and closest to the cabin doors, which were just 2-3 feet, maybe, most, from her. And we were laughing, cutting up, sharing jokes. At that point, it wasn't even at JD's expense or anything. It was just usual us having a good time together, especially while Voldemort was not present. And we're pretty loud when together. We're talkers. It's just, they're mine. So we're kind of like, pretty happy. Always kind of worried when left to our own little devices. Just chatting like we normally do, joking, goofing off, having a great time together. And I remember there being jokes, laughter, definitely talking over one another, right? And the kids were being pretty loud. That day there hadn't been a lot of noise other than the woodcutters, with the two crews and such. They cut out a little while before the next things happened. There were several points in the day where I'd heard noises outside, in the roadway below us, other places up and down, even with the woodcutters, and it had brought me out of the cabin to check the banks and to look down and make sure the roadway was clear and no cars were parked there and JD wasn't back doing anything crazy. And then at one point, as we get closer to the minutes that I never really saw anything that day. No cars really sitting, not much of anything every time I was brought out of the cabin, and my oldest would have to help me because, the stress from JD being there had hit pretty hard. And like I said, my body was kind of in, it was difficult then, as you can imagine. I know looking and seeing me talk, it looks like I'm all, that is not really how it is, and even then it was really hard, and it's been months since that, and I'm still not on thyroid meds again, and it's really difficult just to move. I'm sure you're noticing my speech is getting worse as this is, and my mouth looks different and heavier, and as it's getting later and stress is catching up from yesterday, the droop's there. You'll see this. It's the pucker muscles they had to cut through, so it'll look heavier, and like my face is dragging. Anyway, so the point is that I felt pretty bad after the stress of JD and that whole drama. And my muscles and things were already cramping without my thyroid med stuff at that point. Because I was expecting radiation, and that was the first time. So at least the 6 or 8 weeks I'd been off, I think, at that point. Anyway, and have other health conditions. Right now, from last radiation, it's pericarditis and heart problems and things. So, a little difficult. So, my oldest had helped me out of the cabin a few times that day to look and see with my PTSD hypervigilant state what was happening, and made sure nothing happened to me while I was being nosy. So, there wasn't anything really abnormal that I saw or heard until there was a point in there during the day, and it was after the tree cutters had stopped sawing, the clearers, whatever you want to call them. So somewhere around 3, they cut out, and at some point after that, I heard a car door slam. It was something like a road that kind of faces the right of way that also cuts through this property too, that splits this one in parts and goes back. There's another road that faces it that's named Simpson. Not to be confused with another one across the main road. So I hear what I feel like is a car door coming from there, and that hit me as odd. And I think we go out at that point and look around, didn't see anything. And, you know, we ended up going back in. But somewhere in that point, and I had asked for help at one point, making sure I was right on this, without being led or anything. But, we heard a car door. Just one. Never heard an engine or a car leave, even though it was quiet. We walked the bank for quite a few minutes. And it looked like one of the survey lines was down to me. So I asked him to see if somebody cut it, to see what was going on. It looked like the tires down in the parking space I referred to earlier had been moved to me at the angle I was at. And my oldest was nice enough to walk that survey line. There was a branch on it, and he removed it. The survey line come back up, and then he went a little further down and was to the right, and looked, and the tires hadn't been moved. And while he was doing that, and while we were on the bank, there was a car that went up Candace's driveway. Now, the angle I was at and where he was at, I still don't know why I asked. I know that something was wrong with it, is the reason I asked him. Because had there not been, I wouldn't have asked at all. It was something about the color, the rotation and the way it hit the driveway, because I know the sounds and stuff of Candace's cars as they go in and out, and Donnie's, and who y'all call Grant's. I know the sounds of their vehicles and the way the tires spin, and I can tell you without looking which one it is, going up or down, even when I'm inside the house or cabin. The new Subaru, anyway, but for some reason in my head, there was a flash of red going up the driveway that was wrong. It wasn't shiny, it didn't have the gloss, it wasn't right. And the way the traction switched over for the Subaru was entirely different than whatever this was that day. The Subaru does, at that point, a 2.5 thing before it transfers over to whatever it picks up and then finally goes up. This didn't do that, and it also never completed the loop for that driveway. To pull in at the top, towards where Grandis' camper was. And it was almost like it had stopped at the basement door, which is also not where most of you all keep marking. It is not where half of, or 75% of the internet seems to think it is. So anyway, it is facing this property, and it is not very far up from the roadway. And I can tell you that the full-size Dodge truck that Baltimore had, that's 4-wheel drive, that you can pull up in front of the basement and they can't hear you inside the house. There's just something about the way the basement and that hill's shaped and the way it curves. Most of the time they can't even hear you if you're outside there. And the way the sounds on these properties work, they're all different and they all pick up different things. flash, as I recall in my head, wasn't glossy like that Subaru should have been. It wasn't new. It didn't have the clear coat. Something was wrong. And it's the reason something about the sound and the flash of red were wrong to me. The flash, as I recall in my head, wasn't glossy like that Subaru should have been. It wasn't new. It didn't have the clear coat. Something was wrong. And it's the reason I asked my oldest, who was that? And I think his statement not long ago, and I may let them speak for themselves if they want, maybe, but not visually. Not sure about that yet. We'll discuss it as a family unit before that happens, if it happens. But they did consent not long ago to other PIs and things, interviewed them on tape and things to be used if, and we've all been interviewed a bazillion times since day one, minute one, so either way, by every agency you could ever name on earth, trust me. Now, and I believe what my oldest, had told was that he just seen red and assumed, so he went with, it's the neighbors. And I took that, well, okay, but I didn't think much about it, right? Anyway, there was, we go back inside at some point, and one of the points from looking at and being outside, for all these different moments. And, the reason I know the time is because I was messaging back and forth with Voldemort, and around 4:52, I believe. I have to look back at the messages, and lately I've not looked at those messages just because of other things going on with, like I said, our situation, and it's just. But I believe the time Voldemort had messaged to ask what I was doing or something, and it was at like 4:52. So somewhere around 4:42, I think has been my estimation since the get, to, and it could have been as early as 4:30, but it was somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42 for sure, because I know we were out on the bank for a little bit trying to figure out what this was. So somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42, the children and I were sitting there being pretty loud, laughing, carrying on. I mean, and when I say loud, we're pretty loud. However, the cabin was quiet, TV running, no air, no fans. And this scream happens. This noise I originally tried to dismiss as, but it was so different and so wrong that it immediately hits me in the gut as not right. And it shuts all three of us down cold mid-sentence. It was that strange. And I mean, as someone who's grown up in the woods and with critters of all kinds, like, if you want to meet Ellie Mae, I'm it. This wasn't, but I tried. It was so strange that I immediately tried to dismiss it as something else, including a dog, even though I knew better because. And what I thought was, okay, well, we heard the truck or car door, right? The one. And even though by this point the woodcutter's been gone for hours, should not have been there, in my head, trying to dismiss this, I was like, okay, so one of Candace's dogs has gotten too close to where a woodcutter was, and they've kicked it. But I knew the sound was wrong for a dog. And I knew it didn't make sense because there'd be no reason there'd be a straggler in there that long for the woodcutters, right? Whatever you want to call them. But I was like, well, and my my kids are immediately like, well, that's the kids, and I'm like, it's not the kids, because first thing in my mind when kids is mentioned in that context is the boys, right? Candace's. Now I know all of their sounds. Trust me. Oh boy, do I. And I'll not use their names. something about the sound and the flash of red were wrong to me. The flash, as I recall in my head, wasn't glossy like that Subaru should have been. It wasn't new. It didn't have the clear coat. Something was wrong. And it's the reason I asked my oldest, who was that? And I think his statement not long ago, and I may let them speak for themselves if they want, maybe, but not visually. Not sure about that yet. We'll discuss it as a family unit before that happens, if it happens. But they did consent not long ago to other PIs and things, interviewed them on tape and things to be used if, and we've all been interviewed a bazillion times since day one, minute one, so either way, by every agency you could ever name on earth, trust me. Now, and I believe what my oldest, had told was that he just seen red and assumed, so he went with, it's the neighbors. And I took that, well, okay, but I didn't think much about it, right? Anyway, there was, we go back inside at some point, and one of the points from looking at and being outside, for all these different moments. And, the reason I know the time is because I was messaging back and forth with Voldemort, and around 4:52, I believe. I have to look back at the messages, and lately I've not looked at those messages just because of other things going on with, like I said, our situation, and it's just. But I believe the time Voldemort had messaged to ask what I was doing or something, and it was like 4:52. So somewhere around 4:42, I think has been my estimation since the get, and it could have been as early as 4:30, but it was somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42 for sure, because I know we were out on the bank for a little bit trying to figure out what this was. So somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42, the children and I were sitting there being pretty loud, laughing, carrying on. I mean, and when I say loud, we're pretty loud. However, the cabin was quiet, TV running, no air, no fans, and this scream happens. This noise I originally tried to dismiss but it was so different and so wrong that it immediately hits me in the gut as not right. And it shuts all three of us down cold mid-sentence. It was that strange. And I mean, as someone who's grown up in the woods and with critters of all kinds, like, if you want to meet an Ellie Mae, I'm it. This wasn't, but I tried. It was so strange that I immediately tried to dismiss it as something else, including a dog, even though I knew better, and what I thought was, okay, well, we heard the truck. or a car door, right? The one. And even though by this point the woodcutter's been gone for hours, should not have been there, in my head, trying to dismiss this, I was like, okay, so one of Candace's dogs has gotten too close to where woodcutter was, and they've kicked it. But I knew the sound was wrong for a dog. And I knew it didn't make sense because there'd be no reason there'd be a straggler in there that long for the woodcutters, right? Whatever you want to call them. But I was like, well, and my kids are really like, well, that's the kids, and I'm like, it's not the kids, because first thing in my mind when kids is mentioned in that context is the boys, right? Candace's. Now I know all of their sounds. Trust me. Oh boy, do I. And I'll not use their names because but I've known them since they were littles, and I've heard every noise you can imagine out of those three. I hear them play every day. Oh, and I'm like, Candace, I'm sorry, but they kind of, during radiation when I was barfing, they drove me a little crazy. That's all I'm saying. No, but anyway, I've heard every noise you can imagine out of those three. And they go down further than Summer, and they do ride their dirt bikes back and forth, things like that. And they go in places that Summer really doesn't. But this wasn't their noises. But that's what hit me, right? That's not the boys, and that's what I said. And it never really occurred to me, Summer. And the reason is because Summer doesn't play down far enough to really hear. You hear sometimes when she's high on the bank, or one of the boys are picking, or she's picking, or she's mad, but not a whole lot do you hear Summer. Not like the boys. Oh dear. I mean, you'll hear her faintly, you'll hear whatever, but she stays a little closer to the house. And contrary to popular belief, I've never once seen Summer in the road. Those kids, no. She's also not the type to just, it's not, even when people, look, no. So, anyway, but my daughter jumps up and goes to the door of the cabin because she's closest. And what she hears, sorry, I'm making sure her headphones are on, like I said. I'm going through enough as is. And this has been, anyway, not, Anyway. So, she gets to the cabin door first. And this was a pretty quick series of events. It was what is that? That's the kids. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. And she gets to the door first, and she goes, I can still hear it. It's one of the kids. And she was like, it's going, it's muffled. Those were her exact words. That day, she was like, I can still hear it. I couldn't hear it at that point any longer. But like I said, she was the first one to the door, had her head out. And she says that she could hear it. It's still muffled. It was leaving the road, kind of. But that she could still hear it. So, for a little while, it's just so weird, right? So, and I believe she also said she could hear a car too. I could not, but I was further back, like I said, she was first door, he was second. But then we go out onto the banks again, and we're listening, we're looking. We don't hear or see anything really. We eventually go back in. Then I get ready. I start getting ready not too long after that, because normal time for Voldemort to get off of work. But then Voldemort texts and says he's going to be running behind, that he's working over, and so somewhere, and I believe around 6, but usually gets out. Either way, he was running quite a bit behind. But at one point near 6, and I believe on the phone at 6:09, I'm going around the top curvatory to start the descent down. By this point, I'm hearing, hold on. So somewhere between like 6:09, I'd have to check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm starting the top and the descent down our driveway, and before I lose Wi-Fi signal, I message Voldemort and tell him I'm heading down early so I can mess around with the flowers, and I'll just, mess around with those till he gets there, even though I knew at that point it'd be like almost half an hour. And so at that point, I'm hearing Candace calling for Summer. Before I'm all the way down, I know that there's been more than 3 calls. After 3 calls, my gut said no. Because I'd never known of Summer really, like, and as a mother, right? Usually at 3rd call, when the sternest tone brings them in, right? So by that 3rd or so call, I knew, and my mind went click, click, click with the sound I heard. I personally just assumed those things went together almost immediately. And it is not my job to make of what I heard, what they heard, or to say that was anybody for certain, right? And it's not my job. All I know is what I can speak on, but I can't be like, oh, 100% this, 100% that, 100% whatever. And I'm not going to do so. It's other people's jobs that are trained to do whatever that, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, it just, I'm just here to tell what our day and the events for us were like, and our thoughts, feelings, and so anyway, I get to the bottom of the driveway. I have my purse. Actually, it's the same one I'm still carrying. A little attached. By this point, I'm starting to panic for her. I know something's wrong. I just know it. And I look across. There's kind of a drop off with a piece of property that connects with Candace's on the other side of the road, and it's kind of down. And there's the creek that runs that way. Because it runs through both of this property and the other one. It's the main creek through Beach Creek. But it takes this weird way around through that part on that side of the road and under a tile through Ben Hill. So anyway, I kind of look down to make sure Summer is not there, and then Candace is still calling. I hear the boys start, calling. They're circling. I just know something's wrong. At this point, I drop my purse where I'm standing. I try calling it and screaming at Candace, and I'm already looking to let her know that I'm at the bottom. She can't hear me. And it's the way her piece of property picks up things. She could not hear me. It was not possible. I could hear her clear as day, though. At a certain point, I know trying to scream at her is wasting time. I just need to be looking for Summer. And to me, that scream, I don't think animal, I don't think whatever. I don't know how to. But I look anyway. I look. Start down towards where the tile is that the creek runs under and through. Passes through from this property to Candace's. And I look to the right, even though I know that the kids never play really in the right side. It's always the left side. They kind of stay on their own and they go through. But just to be sure, I looked at the right. I got down on my knees. I looked in the tile. Didn't see her. I start, hold on. So, like I was saying, I'd gotten down, looked into the tile, didn't see Summer. But I went across back over to the left, which is Candace's property, where the other side of the tile is. And that's if you're going out the road, not in. So, cross over, and I start into a spot that's kind of clear, and head towards the creek. Because I think, well, maybe brothers have left her behind, or she's fallen off the top of the hill, she's gotten hurt, or, the usual things, right? And we need to find her, if that's the case. Because in my head, I'm like, well, it's been a while since I've heard this scream, this noise. If she's hurt, she's been here a while. So I'm wearing sandals, and I know the best thing I can do is get into the water. So I step into the creek. Because from there I can keep tracks down. Because when you live in areas like ours, you know, worst case scenario. You also know what happens if somebody can't be found. And you know that staying in the water keeps scent down for dogs, if they have to be brought in. So, also, it's a good way to check, even though, you know, but with your feet on what's in the bottom and deepest spots. So, and at the same time, I keep an eye on the bank going around Candace's, and to the top of the hill. Before I'd stepped into the creek, I could hear the boys go down the left side of their property towards the creek on that side that I had looked down towards earlier. And there was a point there when, you know, I could tell that Candace and the boys had met up when they were hollering for Summer and circling the hill at the top. And Candace was like, you know, to the oldest, was like, what did you do? What did you do? And not like an accused her. It was more of a, like, did you not have eyes on your sister? Did you leave her behind? So, you know, literally at this point, I thought, okay, then I was, you know, like, it is that the boys were supposed to have an eye on her and didn't or something. And, so anyway, I'm stepping into the creek. I was, I don't know, not too far in. Sorry, this one's trying to snatch the phone cord. And, why are there 6 in the house? They're always trying to snatch the phone cord. Hold on. I had to remind them that there's 6 others in here. So anyway, Lord, like I said, herd of elephants. So anyway, yeah, as I was looking, went a few feet, you know, in to the water, but, you know, 20 feet maybe from the road, I don't know, maybe less than that, I don't know. Wasn't too far in when I hear a car coming down Candace's driveway. And her talking to somebody, which I assume was somebody in the car with her. But as I hear her getting closer, I come back out the creek and jump up out of, you know, and then into the roadway. And she's in Grandis's vehicle, and which, you know, kind of confused me at first. Because I was like, well, it flashed red earlier, and I thought, well, that wouldn't have been the first vehicle in line. You know, if Grandis's was ahead of it, so that's why she's in Grandis's. And so, anyway, when she pulls up, she's on the phone with Donnie. But the first thing I said, I mean, guys, I wish I could explain to you. I wish there had been some way for me to take a picture or video that day. Donnie's on the phone with her, and I didn't even realize the time. It just didn't hit me. But the first thing I said to Candace is, I heard her scream, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And then I realized Donnie's on the phone. And Donnie says something like, so you're telling me somebody's taking my baby girl or something? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I didn't put it together, you know, enough time, like, right? I was like, because the first thing she says to me is, we're talking together, basically, which is, I'm saying I'm sorry, and she's like, Summer's missing. And I'm like, where's the last place you seen her? And I heard the scream. All this is happening. I mean, it's just a jumble, right? And her face is so, the tears that, y'all, as a mother, any mother, if you had seen her face, she was sincere. Now, Candace and I and Donnie, it wasn't like we were all like besties or anything like that. I just want to clarify that so nobody's like, we were neighbors. And in the area we live in, you kind of deal with your direct neighbor, right? You don't deal with all of them, you deal with your direct. And so there would be conversations here and there. Candace and I kind of had similar issues throughout the years because it took, I don't know, good 3 or 4 years or so of us being trapped where we were before we even really met them. We knew they were over there and lived there, but that's how kind of little contact everybody wants with one another where we live. Unless it's an emergency, a murder, or something like don't come on my hilltop situation, right? And anyway, so weren't besties or anything like that. Like cup of sugar, just when the kids need something. Hey, I forgot toilet paper today. Will you watch the kids for this or whatever that. Throughout the years, I watched them a few times. I mean, even our kids, we really didn't play together or anything through the years, but we knew each other's kids. The boys went back and forth, the girls did not. If we had messages to send or internet wasn't working or power was out, it's the boys that would come back and forth. Hate to be double standard like that, but up until right before all of this, my preteen hadn't even been allowed to walk to the mailbox because it's that far away from the house. We just, yeah, it's like the mailbox is the only point of vulnerability, really. And I just let them do that. But it was mostly because of cars, not because I ever thought kidnapper or whatever. And, there are bears and this and the other, but my kids kind of know how to act and, I mean, are feet from them most days. And so it's not really a big deal for us. Wildlife's a thing. They know how to, traverse that world. Because, like I said, Ellie Mae, right? So they've been taught. It's never really been animals for me that I've worried about with them. Or even people. It's been that somebody come around the curve because of the way the road's shaped right there, and then the way it tops right at our old mailbox. It's super dangerous. So, anyway, but Candace and I had similar issues throughout the years and helped each other through those situations. If one of us, she needed right away, or I needed her to take pictures for me, or so there was things like that. And we kind of kept that to ourselves through the years for obviously good reason. But if one of the kids needed something or, was like cut or whatever, I mean, there was many times that she'd call and be like, hey, do you have, and so, either way, hold on. I mean, we talk at mailboxes. Voldemort would go and chit chat, do whatever. I mean, he was up there far more than I was. I'm, mostly trapped in the box on my side there. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there that it wasn't like we're besties or we hang out or, like that way people understood the relationship here. But as a community, neighbors, mothers, I know her well enough to know that her face was genuine that day. And I know with what was already going on in their lives that her calling the police that day was a big step and not something she would have done lightly. And for her to have done so immediately told me that it was serious and sort of that she was, like, still firmly believe she had nothing to do with any of this. And I mean, I've had people almost make me that, like, but I know in my gut, in my heart, that she didn't. If you all could have seen her face and heard her voice, and y'all understand, I see what the rest of the public does. The same information is out here for me to read and see too. I know certain behaviors make it look really weird and really whatever, and I understand, I get it. I do, and I understand where some people are coming from, and, eating alive for some of it, I get it. And I get the past stuff, and I get whatever. But in my gut, and in my heart, I know she didn't. And I just, either way. So, I tell her I'm looking, and I jump back in to the woods and then back into the creek, and then our other neighbor, who I'm not going to name, had either heard the commotion and was already out, but I heard him and her talking. I don't know if she got him or if he was already out, and a lot of times he is already around that time. So, I don't know how it happened. I was looking on my own. So, I was focused. But I did pick up enough to know that he had joined by this point. And then I looked back at one point, and he's pretty close to me. He's telling everybody, he was like, "You want the creek?" And I was like, "Well, you got boots on. I've got sandals. That makes more sense." So he took the bank beside of me so he could walk it and look for tracks. I could stay in the water and I could look. And that way it kept out and on tracks, but covered everything. And so we both walked through, and like I said, the point in foliage was a little different than even just a couple days after. I mean, it was quick how fast it popped up. And right where this is at, coincidentally, is where the clear cutting started. And it was ground down to mud and dirt like I've never seen before. Even the creek was dammed up in spots. I mean, it was crazy. So, I follow the creek. He follows the bank, which is the bottom of Kansas Hill, is it the main piece there. We keep in contact when we can't see one another. We're like, "Have you seen any track? Have you seen this? Have you seen that?" I'm dragging the bottom of my feet. I'm looking at the mud, see tracks, anything. There's nothing. And he's getting nothing. And we should have had something been through there just because of how devastated it was and sort of how muddy it had been made by the clear cutting. It was very thick, mushy. It wasn't normal like it would have been had they not clear cut. But tracks would have been there and even more pronounced but it was still so messed up that I don't know. Either way, at the creek area though, it wasn't as, Anyway, I get to points to where you can tell that obviously the creek's not been touched. It's stagnant for a pretty lengthy period, even though there had been a rain just a night or two before. And so I could tell nothing had been there in those spots, but I went through them anyway. Felt with my feet at the bottom, looked for tracks on the banks, and then I would hop out in places I couldn't get through because they would have been messed up so bad by the clear cutting and stuff, and I would hop right back in on the other side of whatever was, and rinse, repeat, right, all the way down through. And the entire time the other neighbor is still with me, and we're following, and calling back and forth, make sure that, we've not found her, that we've not seen anything with each other. I get to the part where they literally have clear cut it in almost a path straight. It's clear cut all the way to the main road. You can't, it was wild. But there's a part that comes down almost a roadway into Candace's property from the main road that they had clear cut everything off of. And it had entirely dammed up a piece. It's near a guardrail. And the field opens up at that point. And I see the boys way off to what is now my left but back shoulder. And at this point, I hear the cops coming. Because down there, you can tell the cops are coming 30 minutes before they're even in there because of the way dogs howl. So you've got quite a bit of warning. But also, I just hear them, and you hear the engines pick up. There's two, they come by. And then it wasn't long after that Voldemort comes in, and then Donnie not long behind him. During all this, also see and hear Candace going in and out, the Ben Hill onto the main road for things, but not in long spurts, So then, I keep walking my piece, and as much as I can at this point, because, they had literally taken out the creek. It's one of the wildest things I'd ever seen. So, Voldemort stops at one point. I was like, Summer's missing. He's like, I know, I'm looking. So, he's driving him down the main road. I'm like, I've got this. I see the boys back there. They're kind of squatted down. They're children. And I know instinctively what they're doing. They're kind of playing. And I'm just like, okay, kids will be kids. Either way, I finally make my way to them. I'm almost to them before they realize I'm there. They've been caught. And they stand up, and the oldest, I was like, look, when's the last time you see your sister? Where did you see her last? And he, and I'm not going to say what he told me. But then he tells me it's been like, a few minutes. And I'm not going to give the exact time period either. And he tells me that. And he's pretty like speaking for the group. And they're a little off, but I figure as well they just got caught playing and still looking for sister, and they're afraid I'm gonna tell them. So anyway, they start trudging back through the middle of me and another neighbor through the field to go back home. By this point, I can see a cop in the back. I've reached as far as I can get without crossing the other fence, and then right back to where I know has already been searched and is being searched by others at the time. And so I head back out towards the middle, almost the same way the boys do. That way I could look for tracks in the middle in case, and I'd known the other neighbor hadn't been able to get that because they were still busy on the bank. I hollered back and forth to them, asked if they'd found anything. They have not. Obviously, none of us had. we all kind of knew at that point she was not in there. There was also, I think we would have spotted any signs of animal things. I think there was like one bear track maybe, but it was older. Wasn't fresh. And I mean like one paw, like, and not fresh. So, but not, anyway, it had been there before the rain, so it wasn't. Anyway, I made my way back to the start of Ben Hill. By this point, other neighbors are starting to flood in. And, let me explain here that I and the other neighbor that had already been looking are basically the only two neighbors that know what summer looked like. The other neighbor that joins Candace and them, even though they're connected, whereas her and I really aren't, nor is the other one, but he has visual too, and because the kids play on that side of the hill and it's more clear than. And because, Candace and I talk to them and they are out in a place where, I mean, like, they know all of us, everybody looks like, so that's why, and they're some of the best neighbors you could ever want, guys. I don't care what the media tells you, everybody in there ain't crazy, most people are good, like, I mean, seriously, like, there's retired veterans, there's ex-police, like, there's, I mean, like, hospital workers, and there's only like 11 or 12 of us in there, right? And, like, there's not what it's being made out to be. Like, everybody's pretty quiet. We were the youngest, but had the least traffic of anybody, and I mean this sincerely, like, not even my family came there, which part of that was what, we were going through separately there. But also, I just don't like visitors either. Kind of a homebody, but, it was definitely part of the abuse I've been through there, and that they've been through there for a decade. So, we had the least visitors of anybody, even though we were the youngest. But, any neighbor in there, if you ask them something's gonna have your back. Midnight, noon, didn't matter. Like, these are good people. So anyway, and hardworking people. I have postal workers in there. I mean, you name it, it's not what you think it is. Like, out of just like 12, school worker, I mean, it's not what you think it is. So anyway, so I'm on my way, like I said, back to the start of Ben Hill, at where it meets the main road, and I think the third car's coming in, police car. It was an SUV, whatever it was, and I stopped and it was like, I heard a scream, whatever, and they said, okay, they take kind of note, everything's going so quick, moving so fast at that point, but other neighbors are coming in, and they ask us and other ones, what she looks like, we describe her, we tell them where we've already searched. Most of those neighbors knew about, tracks as well, so try to keep that down. So then things start just obviously going from there. And, yeah, I think it best that I don't speak really on, the things after that period, or, just because of, just I think the main events right there in those first few moments and hours are what matter the most. There's nothing really afterwards that, because most of that pertains to, search crews and, obviously the main parts of every, and what follows after a situation like this. I can tell you that some of us had a hard time, because we had already, like, spread the word. The word was out, and everything was kind of searched before even, like, we all knew the properties well enough to know where. And to look at all of ours quickly enough to know that, and we all get it, we understand. But yeah, I mean, there were things, like, the tree cutters came back in and stuff, like, starting the next morning, and for almost the entire time period, even search crews and stuff were in there. Mail was cut out though, and trash was cut out, for 10, 12 days, something like that. The tree crew started back the next morning though. And we all kind of worried if they were, like, accidentally destroying evidence or moving scents or things like that. And we didn't really understand. I don't think we still do as a community. There were things with that made us uncomfortable, including at one point, like, I had went down and, for like the third time. Now, mind you, we all had to show ID to get in and out of there. For weeks, you weren't coming and going unless you had. And for the most part, you weren't coming or going anyway, because you were on property, with search crews and teams, and dogs came through to search the houses and the buildings and properties. And, I mean, it was literally one crew after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. And I mean that sincerely, day in and day out, for weeks and weeks, plus the helicopter overhead and the drones, and it was. But these tree crews were in there. I think the number of them had gone down quite a bit. But they had finally started on this piece of property and in the right of way at a point, and we noticed weird stuff. So I was sitting down once again to remind them that wood needed to be left laying, and there were some weird questions like, how old's your daughter? And them cutting in a spot that had already been cut that didn't make sense to me. And then right behind the question about my daughter's age, I felt uncomfortable. Could have just been sensitive subject time. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Right behind it was another guy that joked about how they could take off with and be gone. Not someone in particular, but how that job would be perfect for something. I was like, maybe the guy just has no filter. I don't know. Like, that's real inappropriate. But it wasn't. I think that same day they asked them to leave from in there, and there was some issues that they stopped letting them in. So anyway, but I'm not sure that and I'm just saying that seems to be how that transpired, because I complained. Not even sorry. So, anyway, other than that, I'm not really going to say much. Otherwise, I have watched, I know that part of the thing is, like Candace not crying, not doing whatever, and I don't think it would, look, y'all, I've seen her in person. I talked to her, just talked to her last night or this morning. Can't remember which. It was one or the other, though. But, I mean, she was crying then. She really does sincerely want Summer found. And I don't think it would matter whether she was crying or not. I think everybody would eat her alive. I understand how optics look. I understand how. I get it. I get it just like you all do, And I understand part of the issue. Like, at first was the past tense language, before it was even heard out from y'all. I mean, like, first night I heard it, and it didn't bother me because, I think that what people who live in maybe the suburbs or easier lives, they're kind of projecting, but when you live the lives of people like this, or have gone through some of the things or had the past that Candace and things have had, or, or like us, I mean, you learn how to, and sometimes maybe you seem a little, it's more reality based than, and so I think somewhere you already think the worst, or you think, or it's hard to have hope when you've lived a hard life. Or maybe as parents, even though it's hard for some of us to admit openly and in public, it's, as a parent, which do you hope for? Right? I mean, you don't want either, obviously. You don't want either. Your best case, like you hope all those days, right? You hope that it's just got mad, wandered off, or broke a leg, or stuck, or something, right? That's your best case. But then, if they're taken, I mean, let's be real, these people don't take these children to Disney World, guys. And they're either kept and tormented, or they're tormented and it's over. And as people who've lived harder lives, I don't fault them for using past tense, and I know they still have hope. I know Candace does. I know we all do. And I know she cries for that baby. And I know she wants her home. Just like I know she misses her sons. So, anyway, I will be back. Sorry. I had to take a small break. Anyway, the glare is real. So, I mean, like I said, I know, that, Summer's thought of and missed and cared for. And I know the community wants her home. And Candace definitely does, And I don't think Candace had anything to do with this. I don't think the boys had anything to do with this. And me personally, I think she was taken. By who? I don't know. I don't think it was animal related or anything, or I'm quite positive we would have all found tracks and obvious signs. But like I said at the beginning of this, had you 2 seconds before that day, before the calls for Summer started coming off that hill, ever asked me if our children could be taken from us on Candace's property or the one we were on until just a short few days ago, I would have laughed. Because on our particular properties, and I think I missed this point earlier and got a little distracted. The one connected to Candace, fully connected, had never even seen Summer. And there's nothing but, like a little bit between them, but they had never laid eyes on Summer. Didn't know what she looked like. And they're good people. I mean, it's not anything like that. It's just that that's how it works around there. And how different the views and the sounds and things are, and that's something else I need to touch on. So what I'm going to tell you next, about the sounds and why it is that other neighbors that were outside around the same time I was, or that the scream happened, didn't seem to hear it, but we heard it, is because of the way these properties are shaped and the road is shaped, and the hollow itself is, and how drastically different it is from each property to each property. But for weeks, as these searches went on, or at night when it got quieter, or when the drones and the helicopters finally stopped, I sat there as the foliage changed and keeping watch over my own daughter and my kid, and that I was doing so was absolutely used to further abuse myself and these children, and to commit the last weeks of abuse against us. The Summer situation was absolutely used to manipulate, hide things from us, and to abuse us, which is pretty wild in normal people's lives. But kept a watch over these two, especially because, she's the last little girl in there, plus the time the boys were still in there. There's other things close that I'm not going to name, because even though some of these groups don't have a problem, like with property maps coming out and this coming out, and maybe don't realize sometimes that it could be leading predators right back in, or especially with, it being common knowledge that the very thing that makes this community, is also maybe its vulnerabilities, like cell phone service, cop time, So posting or sharing some of the property stuff, or, I know there's been a lot of people since the beginning going real life. We've had more than a few, and just, not long before we were out of there. I mean, we had people that were probably mistaken. I don't know, but they were in there screaming at other neighbors going through cancer treatment, just like I was, pulled in for no reason, and were screaming at them, and then come by and are calling my daughter a freak, and I mean, you just don't understand, and Bigfoot hunters and psychics fighting in the middle of the road, and the wildness. So, had a perpetrator come back in, we don't know, and it would have been hard to tell with all the real life people coming in there. It just added more confusion once the road was opened back up. And chaos for all of us, and definitely kept myself on point. No sleep, cancer. I mean, it was some of the most difficult weeks of my life, and it weighs heavy. This was, and there's past tense, and I'm sorry. This is a child we know personally. One, I've changed her diapers and fed her. Just seeing her in person just a day or two before. And as you can imagine, my children did not take it well, especially my daughter, and she's sensitive. Anyway, and knowing that our abuser used that knowledge against her is one of the last things he tormented her with personally. Was about summer and how she felt about it and did things to make sure. But we went through weeks of my God just being scared and having all kinds of it, and she still is very sensitive to it, obviously. And it took a toll on her, and then what was done recently has again. Anyway, with the property sounds. Sorry. The neighbors connected, and here's the thing, I asked for somebody to help me run testing or something, because all these nights that I walked this bank and these hills and the woods and made sure sounds and how I was hearing things, especially as the foliage changed, because it does change and pick up differently during different seasons. I was trying to make sure as all the foliage, that it hadn't changed it too much. So, anyway, the pieces kind of came together. I mean, I knew why, but I was just trying to have confirmation of that. And I'd asked for people to help me figure out how to test that. And until recently, so somebody did, and we kind of made sure that would happen before our final days at the property recently. And it's on videotape. It's been recorded. That I'm not wrong. I wasn't wrong from the beginning. But the reasons why this sound was picked up by us, and we heard scream, but Candace couldn't, the other neighbors couldn't, but we could hear it clear as day. Hold on. And I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't bother my other neighbors. So all I'm going to say is that one neighbor despite being closer in a way. Can only hear what's coming off the left side of Candace's top of her hill on one side of it. The day I went and visited the boys were still there. Some of the last days they were there. And they were, like screaming, like playing, full out playing. Very loud. I mean, like, very loudly. I can hear them clear as a bell at the house and cabin, and I can hear them all the way down the road, and then you get to that property, because I was visiting for another reason with this particular neighbor. And they made it a point to say some stuff like, well, we've not heard the boys in weeks, are they still over? And I'm like, 2 seconds ago, like, they were screaming as we pulled in. Y'all didn't hear? Nope. Couldn't hear them. But while on this particular property, like banging or something was happening on the left side, and you hear clear as a bell on these people. So they're only able to hear what's on the left side and top in one area coming down. They can't hear what I hear on ours. Candace can't hear the screams, like, she couldn't hear me scream from the bottom area where, if somewhere had been snatched, taken, muffled, let go, like at the bottom driveway areas, she couldn't have heard that. There's a way that their bank does, and the hollow carries it. She couldn't hear me. She's not going to hear that scream. And then there were several incidents that were in between these that helped me figure out, and I don't really want to say much about them, just because they would be identifying enough, and part of that's public record to show which properties what, and which people heard what, and things. But there were things that happened, including like a police report I had to make, and then I heard gunshots in one area, but other people can hear it, and we had a trespasser one night, but nobody, and other things happening. And so that right there told me, because certain people couldn't hear certain things, to not to that. So we tested the theory, right? And had children scream just a few days ago in the same spot. As we were in the cabin in the same spots, with the bed still there before I packed it up and moved it, and all of the things still in the same place, and almost the same amount of foliage, and as summer's winding down, summer started off, so it's more like it was. So either way, kind of proved that there's a reason why we could hear it, but why Candace could not, and why other neighbors could not, but thought they should have, and but we've all realized now why that is. Which we knew that on this particular piece of property, it kind of picks up everybody's in the entire road anyway, just at different ways. Plus, this particular piece here that we were on until just a few days ago, also picks up, literally, like, there's this one cow that drives me insane. It was like it was in the cabin doorway. But it's all the way out on the main road near the end of Simpson Loop, on the very tail end of it. But it sounds like it's right. So I can also hear noise just like that from the main road. It depends on what, but that particular piece that we were on till just a few days ago kind of just, if you wanted to be the neighbor from Bewitched, that's the property for you. That's all I'm saying. But regardless, there was a very real reason, several of them, why it is that we heard and nobody else did, and maybe why people doubt or maybe why I wasn't taking it seriously, because everybody's like, "But why? Well, other neighbors didn't." So all I can say is, what we heard was not an animal. It's not a kick dog. My kids immediately picked it up as the kids, but to me, I wasn't thinking Summer. And it's one of the only regrets I think I've ever had in my life, and it has been throughout this. I mean, it's like, what if this and what if that, and I'm not a what if person, but I'll tell you with this, I have been what if, and I wish I'd done a lot of things differently that day. And I still don't know how I missed something so, especially in that state of hypervigilance and PD. I just don't understand. So, but otherwise, I'm going to kind of leave everything after after the cops get there and all, everything else off the table, because I think it's those first few minutes and hours that are crucial, maybe the day before, the weeks before. But, I still, in my soul and gut, believe that Candace had nothing to do with this. The boys had nothing to do with this. I think somebody took Summer. Who? Why? I don't know. I wish I did. But where it concerns answers, I'm no closer than anybody else on the face of the earth right now, and we can all only hope that somebody eventually has an aha moment, or figures it out and finds her and brings her home. I know that all of us hope that everybody keeps sharing her information and picture and doesn't forget her, and looks at every little that you see to make sure it's not her. Because, I mean, how many cases of that have been? I mean, a couple years went by and there they are. So definitely keep your eyes and ears open. And like I said, I know how appearances seem. I understand past is in there, but I get it. But I know Candace wants Summer home. And she may not cry in front of you all, but she does cry. And her heart is broke. And I'll tell you that my mom even met her for the first time as we were trying to get us out of the situation we were in. And for that, thought she was guilty. And after meeting her, realized that she'd been dead wrong. So, what you see is not always what you get or what you expect. And, like I said, we're not besties or anything. We've never really been like, hey, come, but her and I have somewhat lived like, because it's out there, it's not like I'm saying, anything that people don't know, but, I mean, one of us, there was a runoff, or one of ours had left us without anything, or trapped us on purpose, whatever, right? And honestly, hers was less prone than Voldemort to that. And I'll tell you, the violence against us was far worse. There was death for all the big deal that the internet makes of what's happening. I have no idea. You have no idea. On a whole, I mean, only a few incidents, like over there. Ours was like an everyday, and a different style of abuse. But either way, I can only name a couple times with my hand over that way, and those are all public record with you. Like y'all have got all of those. So, but ours was not, and ours wasn't really reported. And like I said earlier, we're somewhere else now. Still trying to figure things out. Still trying to be free. Still trying to stay safe. But anyway, just keep sharing Summer's information and stuff. And like I asked for, please do not share pictures of my children or private info about them. I would greatly appreciate it. I know they would. They've got some sense of normalcy back after our own situation, and I'd hate for it to be taken from them, or any more taken from them than already has been. So, please just, if y'all see something, say something with Summer, okay? Alright, y'all. I am back here tonight. Believe it or not. There is a good reason that I did these tonight. Well, I don't know about a good reason, but definitely a baity thing, right? Tragedy Pimp stupid. The first live tonight was, it left out quite a few fucking 1,000 things done by these tragedy pimps going real life on us, and the way they tampered and fucked with Summer's investigation from literally minutes, hours in. Right, but I hit some of the highlights. Some of, nowhere near all of. And then ended that one with what you can see is some of the key players, though I did sort of skip over the Zig and Fred part of that and others in the shit show right now. Oh, yeah, for sure. Anyways, anyway, plus share. But those who know. But, culminated in the bullshit over the last 24 hours or so, but all been a continuation of this slimy, basic bitch, transparent as glass bullshit since Ryan busted out of the box and people would be like, hey, you're not taking notice like we wanted you to. Go look. Right? Meh. Anyway. So, this is just bullshit. Now, I'll tell you, for a while there's been somebody else involved in P-Pad's bullshit. Well, actually, the whole goddamn time, if you count the Elaines and all the others, and yeah. And all the things that one gets up to on the streets and always has anyway. Long before we were ever even public. Wild, isn't it? So anyway. And damn sure lately, we've all taken it for several months, weird shit's foot. Not just AI fuckery, but somebody's back there tampering about, like, the tampering and takeover with other channels of late too, but, even others here on the ground who were laughing earlier. I mean, like, outright fucking hee-haw laughing. Because one post just hours before and then the next one, I'm like, you know what, fuck this. Now, it's just goofy. You can tell it's not even remotely dipshit donkey over on some of it. I have my guesses. Now, I really don't care what they're going for. I don't care where they're headed. I don't care if they take long walks off fucking short piers, quite frankly. But, some dumb bitch and a channel and others have done so much garbage. Just sit there and be like, oh, we're gonna make this long, drawn out, blah, blah, blah. Mostly to try to make views, clicks, whatever. And to also somehow weasel in something that's got to do with where the fuck they think they're headed.
with whatever shitbag fuckery it is this time in this cycle. I just thought, we'll just go ahead and fucking air all the pieces, one and done. And then I'm just gonna tell this: if you can't look at those videos from just a couple of weeks after Summer vanished, close to 3 months, and figure it the fuck out, I don't know what to tell you. Same shit everybody's always made a thing. Um, in the video prior, you can see that I showed pieces, and I left out so many. And there's so many things there. Like us being outed because of the pseudo XMIL monster. Instantly, Dawn and Candace feeding us out to the world, our private business out to the world, and those like Salted in Prayer Garden / Prayer Garden, and Squall and everybody else, and playing fuck shit games and hoaxes and all these things in play that we didn't even realize at the time. And how this place operates, what was being done. That the actual Facebook run that did that shit to my kids, that made the one misstep that I thought would actually help protect them. But that they were the ones that did that shit with my kids, pick, and then they're related back, and they operate within this group, and CZ, and they are this group, and Squall Tit and all of them, and that it was done on purpose, and manipulation at the same time. You have purposeful stalking of us to heighten the state we're already in from domestic violence, and running it. Just days being here, and just escalation of everything, all in just, and Summer vanishing, and cancer shit reigning supreme, and all this shit, man, just in weeks. And then within all of that, it was absolute freaking chaos. Shit. Everywhere around you didn't even realize was. Some you did. Then you start, oh, there's so much to say, and so much I still get, even after years after those videos. Y'all hear coyotes. Damn, they're close tonight. I wonder what they've got. They're taking a different run. They lit up pretty quick after. Huh. Eek. I'm hoping they don't have one of goats or sheep. Anyway. You could tell in those videos clearly. And because I stated so, that there was a whole lot of fucking shit I wasn't saying, I wasn't given, out, protecting my neighborhood and community and such still am. Nothing's changed in that regard. even still, after all these years, there's still a whole fucking lot I do not say, and I do not give, and I do not tell publicly, or even those around certain shit. There's things I do not and will not share with anyone on this earth. For very good fucking reason. The only ones that it's shareable is law enforcement, and it will remain such. And all that chaos and all those days, those weeks, in that time I obviously knew fuck shit was afoot. I knew by that point, obviously, Candace and several others like Squall Tit and shit were up to shit. I knew there were like 3 people playing one up there on the hill. I knew there was all kinds of dirty shit. I knew there was tweakers happening. The Amy Tates, the Sanchez's, the rest. I knew the hoaxes with Mary and them, though I hadn't listened to them to pay attention. I just told Candace, it's gonna make you look like shit. You know that, right? PG and them didn't care, did they? So anyway, which of course at the same time, J4's involved and shares being like, hey Don, even though there's a reward, let's raise some on fraudulent. But see, I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know all of those things. But I did know enough to know there was something really fucking rotten in Denmark. I damn well knew within a couple days that Candace and Dawn were parroting shit. I knew there was something really fucking funky. And if you'll notice in those videos, because people are like, I was coming out supporting Candace and Dawn, blah, 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 blah. You notice there's really certain folks I'm not like, hey, I think I did it. Couldn't even bring myself to it. I wanted to vomit, so I didn't. I just skipped whole names altogether. Then at first, even at that point though, I did think there was some doubt there as to Candace being responsible. And but I knew something was terribly fucking foul. Terribly foul. I know a whole lot of shit wasn't fucking right in that goddamn road. With a whole lot of goddamn people. A whole lot of shit. A whole lot of things. Things I still keep to my goddamn self. And as you can clearly see by those videos, unlike Candace, Dawn, the rest, fucking Fred and Laura and the rest, my ass was not nose deep in YouTube or fucking social media. Because at that point, I still did not say what the boys had told me because I did not know that Lawson had come out and stated what the boys had told him that personally. On the first fucking interview where in front of the fucking roadblock. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. For months, and when it was brought to my attention over here on live, I was like, kidding me? What the fuck? And that was months and months later. And then I come out and said, I was like, well, I guess Lawson can say, then I can say, right? There's nothing to really hold back for me, so I couldn't say what, but it was new news to me, and I still at that point didn't realize it had been said the first night. So obviously, I've always been trying to protect pieces or things I have thought didn't need to be said, told, or known. And I'll continue to do that. Now, things do change when I hear new things or I see new things or possible tools in play or things like that. Then I might give something else, etc. But only if I feel they should be. So that's nothing new either. It's happened a few times over here. Now, I knew all of these things, and in those videos, I didn't stand there and I didn't trash Candace, I didn't trash Dawn. I didn't come out going, these motherfuckers have been recording me. These motherfuckers with their phones with YouTubers on the other side have been fucking doing this and the other. Or Fred's acting funky. Or down the Bible, blah, blah, blah. I didn't do any of that because it didn't need to be known to the public. I also knew there were weavers and bullshitters present, and they were absolutely mimicking and parroting shit offline. But it turns out PG and such and Squirrel are firmly in that motherfucker and doing shit that, like, fucking wow, bro, right? Man. Then at a certain point, you obviously have. I mean, you have like the Cher and the Benny thing. Then you have the Cam and them coming into it, and then you have Piaz and Mullen and this and that and the other. Right? All these things. You have fucking Monster and the bullshit and Tragedy Pits hunting you and all these things. But there came a point there to where, especially as I got closer in those days, where you had the Scamathon starting up, and you had the fake feds, also this shit coming into play. You had all this insanity really going full tilt. And then you have Candace and Dawn really getting fucking weird, and then the hoaxes really start outright. And then you have calls from Candace where you see tears, like real ones. Well, not real ones, you know what I'm saying? But like this abundance, this extreme amount of this false fucking bullshit emotion and all this crap. And you're like, holy shit. That's it. That's fucking it. That shows me that what I seen on the 15th is a goddamn lie. And yeah, I'm not getting wrong. She fucking really. Nope. What I seen on the 15th wasn't real. And that was it. And then, of course, by the point I made those videos, I knew on this. See, even now I had to bite my fucking tongue. I knew within hours, days certainly, if summer vanishing, shit was rotten in Denmark. Had it not been for all the extra chaos and all the bullshit with Monster and Stahl and Monster's piece of shit Monster family and these fucking tragedy pimps and those like Squall and Prager and all these things involved Benny and Cher and the rest, it would have been a hell of a lot quicker of a pickup. I know a whole hell of a lot of us wouldn't have to waste time answering questions and shit that pieces of shit like Squall and Benny and Cher and Prayer Garden were putting into Summer's real investigation, and detectives were having to waste their goddamn time asking us. During that time, could have been like not misdirected by these motherfuckers and was playing patty cake with them, and not wasting time, and had that time to be able to think and to put pieces together a little quicker, um, to see one another clearly, to have a little bit more space, all these things, because space, time, a little calmness has helped, and as the fires have burnt, and puzzles and the pieces and all these things have burned, come together, been found, been told, been witnessed, including what the fuck these motherfuckers were doing in and around Summer's case and all of us in real life, and how they played a role in everything. Some of which go back to, before Summer vanished. It's been something. Uh, what is going on with you? You need allergy medicine. Start calling this fucking cat Ziggy. Anyway, uh, man, I don't know how to explain it to those who aren't living shit like this. And to explain it in ways for those out here who demand everything from all of us around everything. Because they're selfish. Because they're fucking asshole cul-de-sac Karens and they think they're entitled to everything. Because they think YouTube's really gonna fucking solve it. Because they have no respect for the lives or communities around these cases. Or the victims, survivors, fighters themselves, their families, law enforcement, true justice. They just want, like greedy fucking animals. No matter the devastation it causes, and anything we say or do is always eaten alive, used, twisted, whatever. And the only people that gain are always tragedies. Everybody else fucking loses in that. But as you're out here for this amount of time, as time progresses, you're able to say a little more. And as you know that people are openly targeting you and playing patty cake and all these other things, um, you say more. Uh, and I guess if you're me, you're gonna stand up and be like, fuck you and fuck this. But for anybody to question how someone a few weeks outside of an average Tuesday turned into a not so average Tuesday, and inside of all those extreme events and life changes and all in just weeks. Um, And then dealing with these motherfuckers for this many years. Because make no mistake, they were inserted straight up our asses within hours of summer rain. Now, we were also sold out, thrown out by people around us. That includes Candace and Don and the rest. This place knew about us long before we knew about it. Obviously, first calls were hours after summer vanished. I'll link back to this fucking group. So yeah, things changed. They changed drastically. Even knowing what I did then and what I do now, I still do not say nor give everything. But at a certain point, I was definitely like, fuck this. I'm done with being nice and showing grace to others who are openly fucking targeting and slinging shit at everyone else, and who obviously were fake as fuck on the 15th and otherwise, and still not out here slinging shit like I could, quite frankly, because that's not what I'm here about. Never was and never will be. But there are major pieces that have moved into place and been found, and things you recall, pieces that start going together. It's like back then, thoughts are, and my mind solely focused on just the dogs on 110. Later on, I realized that all dogs fly. And it should have been easy, and it would have been. It probably would have come a hell of a lot sooner had it not been for that extreme chaos. All the bullshit. I mean, all the bullshit. And then this fucking place. And trying to figure out so many damn things at one time, Not just Summer's situation, but this situation and how they join and what the fuck these some bitches are doing in all these cases and how they operate and function and such. But I realize at certain points, just basic shit that I know my brain would have caught had it not been for all of that. But I realize it's not just the dogs on 110 that day that apply, it's all the dogs. They also apply on the 14th. There's weird shit everywhere, you know? And it's like I know now that in my mind, it's like when I speak about the sounds and how Candace couldn't hear me yelling, right? That day. I had the pieces here all along. But my mind inside the chaos is like, well, because I was still thinking okay, well, they didn't hear me, so they couldn't hear me that way. But once I was able to slow down, I realized that there were responses to me yelling. I was heard. I was heard. And then I have the receipts to show that throughout the years, that's not the case. They can and should very well be able to hear me from those spots. Now, what the fuck that means, not sure. There's other things that have been done since to prove this, and I'm not wrong. But I had all the things here for myself to realize that. And had it not been for the amount of fucking chaos and bullshit and mud and jello and all the stupid shit reigned supreme by Monster Stall, his bullshit family, and the trust factor up in that motherfucker, might have realized it a little goddamn sooner. Not to mention the entire fucking shit pile of tragedy pimps that landed on top of all of our worlds. And their added chaos. It was entirely unnecessary and still is. Not just in Summer's case, but in every goddamn case they touch. And then at points you get distracted. You know, you think it's like you see Dobbs come out full out line his ass off. You see fucking Fred coming out like, whatever, it's fucking Fred. You see fucking Sherfy coming out fucking being an asshole fucking weirdo liar. And you're like, what the fuck? But at the time you're like, I was trying to protect mutual neighbor we both care about from bullhorn douchebags and Justin's and everybody else in there. And so you let it be. But then you're like, wait, what the fuck? You know, what the fuck? Yeah, you know. And, yeah, like, what the hell's really going on here? So then you get sort of distracted and you start wondering. And you start side-eyeing the fuck out of motherfuckers and rethinking shit. Seen, heard, shit moving in the dark, you know, type of shit. Your absolute mistrust of everyone, at least inside of Summer's situation. Yeah, that immediately included Monster and his folks, because that dumb bitch was on the phone with these motherfuckers. Wasn't having that shit. I instinctively knew that there had to be something not good and related to social media. And that dumb bitch would just be a dumb bitch. So, yeah. And, all these people suck. That's all I can tell you. And as I've walked my way through all of this, trying to figure out everything, things change, they come into play, pieces fit together, things become known, seen, heard. You find more witnesses, you find more people. You already know things from the beginning, and the public still doesn't know. I believe the big question over there from Piss Pad and Associates, it's something about Dobbs. I'm not even gonna get started on fucking Dobbs. Dude's still fucking weird shit. But was, you know, I just, dude still weird fucking shit. Okay. He was entirely fucked over on that property. By several. And on purpose. From sellers to realtors and monsters, folks, and everybody else. Ain't got shit to do with me. That's their fucking problems. Um, tried to help the dude. He wanted to be an asshole, whatever. But with Dobbs, I'm not even gonna get started on Dobbs. I know things about Dobbs that I know. Even though I had thought for the longest time what was said to us meant that he was sort of cleared. That's not really the case once I started thinking about it, especially recently. It's like, that's not really what that means, I don't think, Jody Sue. But okay. But there's always been strange shit with that motherfucker. But hell, what's one more strange motherfucker inside that road? Hey? Uh, but I do know things that I know only law enforcement knows. Where it concerns Dobbs and his goddamn fucking lying on the 14th and forward. And I have recordings to prove it. And receipts to back it the fuck up. Does that mean anything? Does it mean he's guilty of anything? Nope. It just means he's a motherfucking liar. That's what it fucking means. It means he's weird. It means that he's fucking strange. Uh, it'll be up to law enforcement and feds to figure the fuck out. And hell, at the 2 year mark, the piece they buried over here that says clearly, even after all these years, that, and as closest to a suspect list as you all have ever been given, that this place buried for some reason and doesn't want you to see or know about. They clearly state that parents are suspects, uh, church members, and then grandma, and even further out to their family members, and then neighbors. Now, I would assume that would also include neighbors, even if they don't, live there by own property. That's what I'd assume. Nobody got real specific with that, but I'd assume that's a pretty broad statement. It could mean really fucking anybody. Hell, neighbor, I guess, could mean anywhere down the goddamn valley for all I fucking know. I don't really care. As long as they figure out who, what, when, where, and how. That's all I care about. Now, now that was just a few short months ago, but they don't want you to see or hear that fucking piece, so they're not airing it around here. Never have been. During the 2 year mark, they actually mindfuck you to believe that nothing new had been said or given. Anyway, and like we went through yesterday night, you'll notice the western part of Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, they played entirely different pieces than up here close to where, say, like those nearest summer were watching or viewing. Entirely different information and different tones. There's a vast difference. And there's a reason for that. It ain't because they're wrong down there, got the wires crossed. Uh, so yeah, I mean, time, distance, um, helps put things into perspective. Um, even in the earliest days, I thought I could be objective and leap over brain dots and all those other things, but I was still too close. And with time, that's helped that to where I could step back and be a little bit more removed from everything. and to work the puzzles a little differently. But I mean, it's like in there. I at least had enough. Shit, how do I phrase it? Even in there, look, I just don't trust anybody, especially around weavers, parrots, especially once the tragedy pimps come into play. I know that even then I wasn't stupid enough or trusting enough or naive enough to let others know exact locations and shit or exact details or give things. I know things um, uh, and I wasn't wrong to do that. When these things were done, um, to say leave behind pieces, to prove things, to do whatever. Those things were real, but they helped I and others around me pinpoint. But those things were not given out. Um, I've been fully aware of these vids here. Duh, they're on my channel. And I know that those around certain leaders, parrots, were at risk of tossing off shit to tragedy pimps or helping those that shouldn't be or shouldn't know, sir. And I was as terrified of that then as I am now. Um, it's why I still yet watch what I say very carefully. And for me, those moments kind of came to fruition around the time, oh, I don't know, Jenny and Adrian and Chasing and Skilo and BBK and Annabelle and all them and Monster and Piper all had their fucking human centipede party on Ben Hill. And knowing how long Chasing has truly been here and this the other and the group and all the shit by that point and wondering why in the world they'd try to test Smart Monster didn't even, it showed me I wasn't wrong. And who was feeding who. And that if I had ever given exact real locations of anything, it would have been fed off to this fucking group too, and therefore endangered Summer's case. Because tragic events would have gotten hold of it. Weavers. Then it may have been fed out to people to help cover, get their shit straight. See, I ain't all about that. Never have been. That's why I mentioned it to law enforcement within a day or two. I was like, you see this shit? What the fuck's happening here? Yeah. See, I'm not a dumb bitch. Never ever been. So still, yeah. The place, sounds, all these things, they're solely held me. And I also know what's even funnier. It's like watching that shit with Chasing and Jenny and such, with that hit piece. For starters, it is quite possible the videos are here as proof of the sounds, the way they carry, any exact foliage, also shit, same month, same year. No tragedy events are required to prove that sounds can be heard and how they can be heard from Hill to Hill and in the valley and anything else. Proof is always here. So when they come back and they pull that hit piece, well, you make sounds out of your mouth and anything in the roadway. So it hit doubly as hilarious to me. Because they are dumb. The people that fed them that are fucking stupid and kind of just showed me everything I really needed to see. And all these other things, right? Eventually I realized that, and I think that was just, I don't know, fall of last year or something. Whenever it was, I was over here and I was like watching that one piece where dipshit had, when I was still living in Ben Hill, had done an interview with that like Knoxville lady and led her down the dog trail and all that shit, right? Whatever the fuck that is. Twisted and screamed to fit their narrative, all that crap, right? And I realized this first time I ever watched it. I was like, what the fuck? This truly has been that motherfucker's story this whole time? Seriously? I wasn't aware because I avoided C&D and all the bullshit, really, that they did on here. And I avoided the shit out of fucking all of them. The alleys and the rest, because that ain't in my shit, and it wasn't. I was like, that's, nope, too close. So, I'm like, the fuck? And then that's when I'm like, but bitch, please, this is the same cookie cutter stamp story for everything 12 times a year. That's been used over for everything, right? Fuck, you talking about dog trail and sense and fucking talking about the shit was muffled at first to figure. What the fuck? You goddamn fucking weaver? Whatever, And then after that, shortly after, I guess somebody got me. Because then finally one, I think it was Dawn, come out and was all like, well, maybe she did just get mad and walk off. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say, man. Then after that, it was DCS kidnapped. Summer. I don't know. I don't really give a shit what the fuck any of those people say. Can't believe it. Don't believe it. There's too much fucking bullshit. And there's nothing online. And there's not really been anything other than the first few days that wasn't tainted by these places, people, dipshits across the world. Salted Earth, Squall, Scott, Tiffany, BK, Chasing, Jenny's, Adrian's, Piss Pads, Shay's, uh, Skilos, all the rest. All the fucking rest. Did I say share? Prairie, cows, fucking lockdowns. I mean, everybody. But the initial tragedy event crew with AB, TM, MGL, Justin, Lockdown, the rest, uh, JLR. Often forget Dolly in that mix. When he was brought in, you got all the fucking Jennas and fucking Dales and they're man. The we can leave you hopeless, motherfuckers. That type of shit, right? Nope, I'm not okay. I died. You're speaking of my ghost. Anyway, uh, so trust factor with anybody or anything still at fucking negative 4,000. Um, I don't trust anyone playing with tragedy pimps. I don't trust anyone playing patty cake with them. I don't trust anyone associated with. I do not trust those associated with weavers, burrowers, monsters, pieces of shits, tweakers, fuck faces in general, chaos and mud and jello manufacturers. It's just not my thing, man. I damn sure do not trust any of those. Um, Playing with any of the original tragedy pimps. That had parts, major extreme parts in that marathon. Well, Scamathon 1 and 2 and all the billboard fuckery. Or any of those locally who have ties to the major money pushers from here locally and weird shit, several setups. Mm-mm. Hey, Dallas. Go fuck yourself. I mean that sincerely. Maybe you'll be a better human after a fucking orgasm. Go fuck yourself. Alright, carry on. Y'all ever seen a piece of shit? Abusive, cunt ass fucking female? That's it right there. Well, it could be a 40-ounce raincoat. It's definitely a distraction, definitely some sort of fuck face, some variety in the chat for some fucked up reason tonight. Yeah, I don't know, Dallas. Go to local women's shelter. Go ask them. Go be like, well, I'm sorry somebody hurt you, but why do you keep it up? You ever been punched in the face, Dallas? Have you? Um, do you keep repeatedly being punched in the face every day and then have cunts like you ask, why do you keep that? Just shut up. Once you stop speaking, they'll stop punching you in the face. Yeah. Yeah, your language sucks. You're here for some tragedy pimp ass reason. I'd prefer you get fucking lost. And like I said, sincerely, go fuck yourself. You might be a better person tomorrow. No, you don't continue it though? I'm glad you sit and shake in a corner and go silent in the face of people who hurt you. Be a coward if you like. I wasn't raised though. Sit and spin, bitch. Anyway, so there's that. You done now with that shit? You think they accomplished anything? Nope. Alright, so uh, for me, I just don't trust anybody around anything. The shit done in real time in that road did not help. The shit allowed did not help. The shit continuing does not help. These fucking tragedy event pieces of shit do not help. They were never meant to. And they never will. They never will help anything but themselves, of course. I don't have anything for them, and I don't have really much of anything for anybody that works with them, alongside them, near them, and patty cakes. I don't like that shit. Did y'all notice the piece? One of those videos, I don't know, 9, 10, ran there, it was at the very end of it. Repeated those few seconds a couple times, where I clearly state that Monster drove to his uncle's. You remember Ziggy screaming and squealing like a stuck hog the other night? And going about, I know she's lying! I know she's lying! Because Fred said, his uncle's Fred's whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, that shit because she's a dumbass. That piece tonight proves she's a dumbass. That monster did indeed. On the 14th, a drive to other family members. Must have been one hell of a psychic to include that in the way back from just weeks after summer rain this time. Yep. But she's sitting over here years later not knowing jack shit from jack shit. And calling me a liar just to make her liar her continued source of income. They give it commissary money like they gave Jose non-slip grips for making them shit tons. They're pretty pissy right now. They do that when I fuck with their shit. The thing is, I wouldn't have fucked with their shit like I hadn't fucked with their shit for all this time with that particular shit had they not started making it target the fuck out of and everybody else and pumping out bullshit. And, you know, that's much too much. I get the whole jail desperation thing, but I'm just not going to go there with it or anybody else. Especially not for tragedy events. Nope. So, it's been a weird night around here. Something ain't quite right. Not sure what it is. I'm not talking about tragedy event planned, Shirley. I'm talking about here in real life. You mean not scammed but making money, Vixen? Odd that, huh? You know, I'm just gonna start going with my fucking gut about shit in a quicker manner. Some days, man. What was that? Seriously? No, they're not. I'm trying to get rid of some of these farmers currently. I should have spelled with them again today. Not sure why. I'm gonna fuck up my algorithms. Somehow. That's what I get for mentioning them like 2 days ago. I just know it. How is that appropriate for children? Don't know. They've got some weird shit around here. The hmm, interesting. Speaking of, have y'all ever in all these years seen fucking Bones get up with the crack ass at dawn and go live? I mean, like dawn. You ever seen it? It was the weirdest shit this morning. Went live before I got off. I was like, you know, that's not odd or anything, is it? One more. Oh, God, great. It's a little strange. Yeah, she did. Because I was like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, holy shit, it's like 7. And then I looked down and I realized before I even got over, she had went on. And I laughed. Cause I'm like, who in the fuck woke that bitch up? Make her go live because nobody else was willing to. I sure did. Hell, I don't know. I didn't click the button. I just thought it funny. I was like, well, just whatever. Whatever. I guess somebody drew the short straw. I did an 11-hour yesterday. They had to get in where they could fit in. Continually throughout the day. Ow. And I cannot, once again, figure out why in the hell everybody and their brother is running lives. And once again, just inserting all around. Savannah Soto and her partner in Child's case. I just can't figure it out. I'm like, okay, police got on this rather quickly. People are already in custody. You're gonna have to wait for pressers and things to fuck and running with same shit, right? Same shit. That's every other fucking case they're trying to get. I'm like, you know, just people out here slandering the shit out of them, their families, saying whatever they like, just making up shit. Same shit. Same shit. And I don't understand how that's entertaining. I don't understand why people come here to watch that shit. And even I watched a piece before I came on here, I watched a piece. It had been like 16 hours before, something like that, with the police giving an update after they had walked the father and son into squad cars, arrested, etc. Right, for transport shit. And even they were talking about social media and stuff. And now it's a bunch of fuckery. And not needed. And, it's pieces like that that displace and social media. They always make sure not to put that out there, don't they? Every one of these damn cases. Same shit. And so anyway, tonight, I think, yeah, that's probably because they, had right pieces and, probably moved as swiftly as was done in Quentin Simons and others to stop bullshittery. We just randomly here and there heard social media sucks. I I did not assume that meant any more than Facebook bullshit or what the first person who was trying to insert down there, not with the search groups and the command post was doing and putting out. And hell, some of us were like, they're talking about like what the fuck, but didn't think anything really of it until days and weeks progressed and what we were seeing. And then within weeks find ourselves just not understanding, until it was um it's goddamn tragedy. It's tragedy people actually brought these motherfuckers in on purpose. But emphasis on purpose. Not only do these motherfuckers hit every high profile or picture of whatever missing and murdered persons out there that is attractive and will bring in audiences, because that's really what it is. Let's be real here, they do that as well. It's the thing. Um, it's really not helpful when people bring them in on purpose, much like the Leilani Billy Joe and Karen Reeds of the world, and the Lysics world, and several others, that seem to be doing that, and a couple defense attorneys Delphi and others, and that are using this Roman ways. It ain't good. Now it's snoring. Uh, and now it's running. Yeah, well, Vixen's not just Turtle. So it's like the Glare and others, and even this realm that are involved in that. And every person in between, and all those following it, and following these YouTubers that do it, and comment in their chats, and even watch them, even from bushes, that bring them up to where others find them and follow. In ways, all are helping it along. A lot see it, not enough call it the fuck out. So they stand for true things, but it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just fear. But I don't know why. Like, why? I want to be afraid of such cowardly beings. I get it. Look what they're capable of doing and wreaking havoc and set up shit and tampering shit. Behind screens through electronics. I get it. A lot of chat subs members, by the time they get it, they're in too deep or they're too terrified. They realize exactly what these people can do in their worlds. And so they don't want any part of it. They don't want to risk their lives or people just for what they considered a hobby or entertainment. The damn at a point isn't it worth standing, taking that risk. I think oh for fuck's sakes. It never stops. Hmm. Lip lock in the front and that in the back. Oh dear. Weirdness. Who else is on that fucking party train? Oh well. Anyway, I just tonight I think that I had a squirrel moment. I just don't even care what the fuck they're up to. They're up to the same shit. Maybe a little extra flavor is in here and there, but it's always perpetually and technically the same shit. Attempted setup shit, fuck shit, slander shit, high note shit, um, rinse repeat shit. No matter what shit comes out, it will always be some sort of targeting shit. Usually that works. Uh, and there's definitely more than a couple. I mean, there's always the silent ones in the corners, right? But there's more than a couple that are um, blanked out, but they're definitely behind the scenes pulling fuckery. Ain't that they're doing anything different than normal. They're just concentrated on that and getting everything in order and this week's Sauce game that's been afoot for the past few weeks. It's stupid. Also, as you can see, they're still busy trying to wrap one another up. They're each other on board, blah, blah, blah. I'd say more than a couple. Trying to be the last man standing with major funds put places or held by certain folks. That'd be my guess. Yeah, well, it'd be different if it was full-on drama community. Though they do harm and hurt people over there and their children for entertainment and same shenanigans. They push people to suicide, all that, right? People over there consume it like it's just drama and interactive soap operas, but what you're seeing is technically like murder by proxy by some of these fucking creators through technical means and tech-driven means. It's not really fucking entertaining. So yeah, even there, it's like drama, committing true crime, and here it's true crime, criminals committing true crime around true crime. It's like fucking true crime inception, if that makes sense. I know it does. Maybe. I'm all tired. But you know, I think the stupid bullshit over there, whatever the fuck that is, it's supposed to be all triggering or baity or whatever it is. Like, also has flavor on it, doesn't it? Visibly. Is this about the incense? Bless you! It's almost out. Sorry. What? You okay? Good. Bless. You've been like it. Oh! Bless you. Okay, did you touched your nose? Is it better now? No? Oh, Grim's got something happening since last night. I think Grim has a cold. Or entirely allergic to the scent of fucking incense. I'm not sure. But, I don't think it's the incense because she's still asleep. I think Grim's got a cold. Or cat COVID or something. Fuck, I don't know. He probably came to get me infected. Finish it together, bro. What do you say? Anyway, yeah, Grim raised hell earlier. Like beating the shit out of the door coming in. And then coming in and went to sleep. wakes up, sneezes, goes back to sleep, wakes up, sneezes, rinse, repeat. So anyway, I just think that I don't. I hold no fear of my own words. Right. These people, however, do seem to fear them a great deal. And it has shown throughout all of this. In the way they've tried so hard to silence. And these cycles. It's shown in the way that they've tried to pump out the narrative that I'm a liar, inconsistent, or that my shit's changed 5 billion times, or that I can't be understood, or that I have marbles in my mouth, or I have this, or I'm intoxicated that, or it's 9 hour lives nobody could ever help to watch, and this year nobody could do it, and blah blah blah, and anything to keep people from listening to anything but their narratives. It's they who fear, not I. And every time I see it done, every time I hear one of them state any of those things, uh, when I see assholes out in the world shitty enough to make fun of a cancer patient with disabilities, uh, knowing damn good and well I'm clearly audible. And honestly, when they started this in 21, early 22, really, in full tilt anyway in 22, uh, I was very, uh, uh, I was able to be understood quite well. Now these days, and it was bad then. Uh, it was very hard for me to uh, speak. It took a hell of a lot more effort um, in ways. Still going through periods where I would uh, every day go through some period where I couldn't speak at all because I was drained, my voice, my muscles, all that. I had to learn to keep everything even in order to have a voice that wasn't entirely strained and able to maintain. Um, but even then, they did that. I would say, as a whole, my voice and uh, everything has actually become worse in a lot of ways, and my speech and the slowing down of it uh, throughout these couple of years, and it is because of health worsening and The heart attacks and all that bullshit ain't helped. Um, on top of all my other conditions and issues. Uh, but when people are desperate enough to do that, and to just mind fuck thousands into thinking that someone can't be understood or heard or they're intoxicated. I mean, the desperation and reek of it has always shown me that they fear. And that says something about them. I mean, now, for those of you with common sense and are big fans of logic, the narrative they're trying to run now is that I've been the one to come out here and put bullshit into or to fuck up everything else. Notice that's only being done after I've been staying on Salted's ass and Ziggy's and everybody else's for that. Right? Oh, that shit's coming full tilt. And they're trying to flip script right. They're all acting like they're the ones that have tried to stay on track. They're trying whatever. They're all about truth, light, the American way, blah, blah, blah. And they're all like, Jody Sue XYZ, right? And did whatever in someone's case. Or here online, look what she did to all of us. No. Logic and common sense should tell you that have y'all met Fred, Hiltz, Candace, Dawn, half the fucking others? I know you've seen Dogs. How about Monster Installed? I know you've seen those too, right? Yeah. Right now, so if they took exception, or thought, you know, you first have to believe that they're all about truth, light, fact, blah, 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 right? We all know that's not true, right? And if they were, well, they wouldn't have people like Fred trying to prop them up like they're fucking truth tellers and have to be believed. Notice how much effort they put into that? Though you can literally go back and all of everything with Fred, with Ziggy, and the rest. You can watch his and Laura's shit. And even in like 10-minute jail phone calls, the shit don't make sense. 93 easily proven lies. One doesn't match the last. You can see how the game's working, that people are getting word in there prior to, and then he knows what to talk about too. I mean, it's so fucking blatant, right? You can go back to Hiltz do the same, Monster do the same, the rest and do the same. Now I'm talking in extreme. I'm not talking about like just time, perspective, opinions changing. I'm talking about straight up bullshit. And that the creators know is bullshit. And yet they're out here going, oh no, they're absolutely trustworthy. They're telling the truth. And Dawn and Candace have never told a lie. And Fred's never lied. And Monster's never lied. And even if Jody Sue shows all the receipts, even though it proves everything, oh my God, no! No! She's the liar, right? So if they cared that much about lying, and they cared about some actually putting bullshit in Summer's case, you'd think they'd pick different food. On top of that, y'all watch Piss Pad chase around Blue Barrels. How many of these creators have you seen purposely pump out bullshit to you? Narratives, garbage, caught them even in their own streams. They cannot stay consistent. Fuck, go back to theirs, one stream to the next. 3 weeks in their arcs of, now I'm being a heckin' good person, and I won't do this again, and they're right back to the same shit. And then it's, a couple weeks go by, they say the opposite of whatever they were terrorizing entertainment purposes, blah, 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 over. And I mean, hell, they do that from one stream to the next. So, for them to now feed you a narrative like they seemingly care about anything, like fact, truth, anything like that, that's horseshit. For them to try to lay that on anyone other than themselves and their preferred meat packages that are obviously bold ass fucking liars and working with them, well, do you want to eat it? Right? Go right ahead. But that's part of the shit show that's occurring currently. Hell, how many of these creators have they have entire fake families, bro. Entire fake ass families. Fake ass children running around. Y'all are over there donating to fake ass children. And for Restream and StreamYards, it costs exactly $0 for them to keep their channels running. Give me a fucking break. So they're running with that narrative of like, trying to send an emotion hardcore for a reason. And they're all trying to pull it discrediting, blah, blah, blah bullshit again. Especially after that Fred receipt shit did there a few days back. Thinking about releasing another 6 or 12 or 43 batches on Fred. Maybe half these creators while I'm at it. Especially those about 19 identities deep. I'm pretty sick of their shit. And there are moments. Little pebbles that are everywhere. Little shiny things. to pick up throughout this fucking mall called Jurassic Park. Don't know why. What's been that one? Nah, Team or Signal Drop. I don't know what the hell it means to her. I think it's Team You. Don't ask. The teen has been on the Team UK. Sorry. I had a moment. Like I said, shiny things, right? Weird things.
Tonight, a change in the effort to locate missing 5-year-old girl Summer Wells. Plus, there's a possible new lead that could explain what happened to the little girl. Tonight, we have exclusive Sky 5 video from the search site, and News Channel 5's Nick Barris tells us a shift in strategy now focuses on the possibility of foul play.
We flew over Summer Wells' home in Hawkins. That's what crews there are up against. After nearly 2 weeks, they found...
Seriously? Really? Of course.
Little girl, and now the strategy moving forward has changed. This is an aerial view of the family's home on Ben Hill Road in Rogersville. Woods literally surround the home. It's very tough terrain, full of venomous snakes, briar patches, and an occasional bear. Plus, it's been very hot. Crews have spent long days the past 2 weeks doing line searches, as you see here in a field just across from the home. Others hit the woods using bloodhounds, but never finding the girl's scent. The only thing they have found is exhaustion.
I've had multiple of my guys come up to me and tell me, Captain, I'll go to the end, but I'm tired. I'm physically and I'm mentally tired.
So the incident commander says crews are scaling back search operations to focus on more specialized searches. This comes as more attention goes to the possibility that Summer was the victim of foul play. No one is giving up on the search.
We are all one team, and we will not quit until we find Summer Wells.
Summer was said to be planting flowers outside the home next to this camper when she went inside to play and then vanished. Was she abducted? We've learned there are more than 40 registered sex offenders living in the family's zip code, and the TBI now hopes to find the driver of a pickup seen in the area when Summer disappeared, a maroon or red Toyota Tacoma. The person, they say, is not a suspect, but a potential witness who may have heard or seen something that could help. Certainly any solid lead could help. I'm told with no trace of Summer found, it appears less and less likely that she just wandered off and more likely that she is the victim of foul play. No announced suspects at this time, but authorities consider everyone a person of interest. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Nick, thank you. And it's worth noting the FBI has now called in its Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. The 4-year-old girl, Summer Wells. Plus, there's a possible new lead that could explain what happened to the little girl. Tonight, we have exclusive Sky 5 video from the search site, and News Channel 5's Nick Barris tells us a shift in strategy now focuses on the possibility of foul play.
We flew over Summer Wells' home in Hawkins County in Sky 5 to see for ourselves what crews there are up against. After nearly 2 weeks, they found no trace of the little girl, and now the strategy moving forward has changed. This is an aerial view of the family's home on Ben Hill Road in Rogersville. Woods literally surround the home. It's very tough terrain, full of venomous snakes, briar patches, and an occasional bear. Plus, it's been very hot. Crews have spent long days the past 2 weeks doing line searches, as you see here in a field just across from the home. Others hit the woods using bloodhounds, but never finding the girl's scent. The only thing they have found is exhaustion.
I've had multiple of my guys come up to me and tell me, Captain, I'll go to the end, but I'm tired. I'm physically and I'm mentally tired.
So the incident commander says crews are scaling back search operations to focus on more specialized searches. This comes as more attention goes to the possibility that Summer was the victim of foul play. No one is giving up on the search.
We are all one team, and we will not quit until we find Summer Wells.
Summer was said to be planting flowers outside the home next to this camper when she went inside to play and then vanished. Was she abducted? We've learned there are more than 40 registered sex offenders living in the family's zip code, and the TBI now hopes to find the driver of a pickup seen in the area when Summer disappeared, a maroon or red Toyota Tacoma. The person, they say, is not a suspect, but a potential witness who may have heard or seen something that could help. Certainly any solid lead could help. I'm told with no trace of Summer found, it appears less and less likely that she just wandered off and more likely that she is the victim of foul play. No announced suspects at this time, but authorities consider everyone a person of interest. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Nick, thank you. And it's worth noting the FBI has now called in its Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. The CARD team involves experts in intelligence analysis and profiling in criminal cases against children.
Upgrade your shower experience with our multifunctional extension, Fast Effect. It's equipped with small nozzle handheld set and perfect for face wash and mouthwash. With a massaging brush and multiple functions, it's the ultimate tool for hair care. Don't wait, press to shop now. Josh and Sarah, several of our
Do you and the family at this point, or you or the family, I should say, do you guys believe that Summer could have wandered off at all now that you know how much of that terrain has been searched with the dogs?
I just, Summer's dad told me that two of the dogs, and like I said, I did not hear this from the police. This is what Summer's dad, Don, told me. He said two of the dogs picked up her scent on the driveway, and then when they got at the bottom of the driveway to where the road is, the scent stopped. Is what he told me. I really don't know. We're just baffled. We're just baffled.
Manner of dogs working this scene?
Yeah, they were actually using live track, and they were also using cadaver. From what I understand, they could not get a very good scent article from the house for Summer, because I think that everything was kind of shared. So I'm not too sure how well that played out, but they did use cadaver, and they also used live track, and not one of them took us in any one direction.
So was it confirmed, Dave, that they did bring in multiple dogs into the home and outside of the home? Because there's been reports that some dogs got the scent to the end of the road of the house, and then it stopped there. Is there any truth to that statement, Dave?
From what I understand, yes. As far as the interior of the house, I have no knowledge of that working. But I did hear on several occasions that the live track took it to the end of the driveway, and that's where they lost it. And usually that means they get into a car.
little late here, so I'm gonna still try to shoot this video. Here we go. The old generator, and then the road and everything. Back door. So yeah. Creek down there. See the road in the distance. Definitely tell it's mostly dogs that's been through here. Here's the road. Yeah. And earlier today, they said there was, when they come up here, somebody was on a property and run off. I can't confirm that, but that's what they were saying. I don't know. Yeah. So that quick, right to the road. There's our mailbox. And this is where the search dogs trail ended. That's where the trail goes up through there. To the road. There's our mailbox. And this is where the search dogs trail ended. That's where the trail goes up through there.
So like you guys just heard in the beginning, David Dotson said Donald told him the two dogs picked up her scent, Summer scent, to the driveway. And when they got to the bottom of the driveway where the road is, that's where her scent ended. That correlates with what Dave Rader said from Echo Search. And my question I'm left with is, why is Donald now telling everybody that the dog scent went through that little wooded area, the dog trail, all the way down to the very bottom, and that's where it ended in the middle of the road? But originally, that's not what he told his church friend. So is this another attempt by Donald to control the narrative? I don't know. I do think it's interesting, though, how his story has changed, what he originally told his church friend to what he is saying now. The question is, why? So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Remember, just be respectful to anyone who has a different opinion than you. And I will talk to you guys all soon. Bye.
Everybody, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I wanted to let everybody know and make everybody aware that Jamie Wilson, the man who went out to the swimming hole at Warriors Path, has, with the blessing of the Wells family, gone out to the property, and he has taken us down through the jog trail. And he's done so with a very steady hand, and he's done so very slowly. So we were able to look around and get a feel for the property. I'm going to give you a short preview here, but please look below in my description, and please go to the pinned comment if you would like to go sub over to Jamie Wilson. Okay, and I'm going to plug Triggered Crimes here too, because Triggered Crimes was a huge factor in getting this video out and Jamie going out there to do this. So please, everybody, thank Jamie and thank Triggered Crimes. I just ask, before I show this, that you all will send up some prayers for Summer Moon's brothers. I've been asking for people to pray for them over the course of the last couple days. As all of you guys know, Summer's brothers were removed from the house, and they could use all the prayers you could give them. Please keep them in your thoughts as we move along through this case, through this journey. The boys are very important, and after all, they are Summer's brothers. They deserve all the positive energy and prayers that they can possibly get at this time. I want to make sure also that I say, if you're going to share this video and if you're going to put this out on your channel in any way, shape, or form, please cite your source. Please put Jamie's link, his channel link, and his video link in your description and in your comment section. I think it's very important, you guys. The last video that Jamie put out, a lot of people took that as if it were their own work. They monetized their videos, and they did profit off of his videos. I think that it's important not to do that. Please give Jamie the credit. He has gone above and beyond to try to help Summer, and I want to make sure that he's getting the credit for his own work. Have some courtesy, you guys, in sharing his video, and make sure that everyone knows where to go find this. It's important. I'm going to give you all a little preview of Jamie.
gets really weird at times. It's like knowing, well, Squall here, triggered crimes. Triggered minds, triggered crimes. It's much more. Gosh. What was the name of that one over there that did the Don't Fuck with 40 Cats Help video on? You remember that one? A couple weeks ago? The psychic with the scamathon and all that? Yeah. Was that one's name that kept going triggered this, triggered that? Much like Squall and triggered minds and triggered crimes. All the little nice Facebook private groups named Triggered This, Triggered That. Anyway, that's September 21. Squall something maybe frenzies with triggered in the inbox. And then you have Tiffany, who visits Squalls and does a panel on Squall Tits with triggered crimes. Long before I was here. Jamie Wilson, connected with triggered crimes, connected with Squall, connected with PIs. Dog trail bullshit starts taking form, apparently, at that point. Triggered is also said to now be going under Reapers, right? Remember when Reapers was over? What's weird for me is the Reapers and Reap What You Sow running amok. And I remember the one we had the incident with that tried to stir shit, start crap. God damn, I don't remember whose panel it was on purpose. Didn't they run to Smiley's and start the shit? Try to be over start shit. Anyway, that Reap What You Sow thing, it just always reminded me of this thing, the In a Jiffy / Stacey Slade was a big fan saying. Super strange. All kinds of strange shit around here. Yeah, Vixen Lawson did say that after Dawn came out swearing there were scents, then Lawson did come out and go, yep, her scent was lost in the driveway. He said driveway, or he said where gravel meets pavement. He was very specific. He didn't say where dirt and wood meets pavement. He said to the end of the driveway, and that usually happens where gravel meets pavement. Some shit like that. You know, Justice Love, I'd love to tell you, but I think some shit's for law enforcement and feds and such only. But I'll tell you that half the scent shit There's just stuff around it that when I did figure out, I don't know what, last fall, that was Don's parents' story this whole fucking time, or what he was angling for, that it was like, what the fuck? And it's because of certain shit that and if you note, Don's original story was that he overheard them saying they found the scent on dog trail. The next one was he was told by searchers. Then it was that he was told by the FBI or some shit to his place. I don't know, it changed about 3 times. 4. I don't know. I just know inside of that he wove the scream to fit his narrative. And included a basement door. Unlike, put a cookie cutter stamp story on it. I've heard a million times before. Summer vanished. It always has to do with them and their fuck shit over there. And people they're around. Same shit. Same playbook. I've shown the receipts on that. That's not even really the point. Now you ask yourself, at least before August 21, this was aired August 3rd, 21, but at least on TM's. But why you then have cracking cases? Redoing the same shit. All the shit. And then there were multiple dog trails. Don't forget that shit too. One went down one, another a different one. I don't know. Thing is, weird fuck shit is this 40 Allen raincoat here. Loved the sand reap what you said as well. Used it quite frequently. That one's connected to the misspelled Jen Hyman character that helped roped in Monster. This one, right, the goddamn picture on it is like a very young Fizzle. It's always strange for me. That particular 40 Allen raincoat thing was quite a cycle.
Good morning, everybody.
Do you and the family at this point, or you or the family, I should
Everybody, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Wanted to let everybody know and make everybody aware that Jamie Wilson, the man who went out to the swimming hole at Warriors Path, has, with the blessing of the Wells family, gone out to the property, and he has taken us down through the jog trail, and he's done so with a very steady hand, and he's done so very slowly, so we were able to look around and get a feel for the property. I'm going to give you a short preview here, but please look below in my description, and please go to the pinned comment if you would like to go sub over to Jamie Wilson, okay? And I'm going to plug Triggered Crimes here too, because Triggered Crimes was a huge factor in getting this video out and Jamie going out there to do this. So please, everybody, thank Jamie and thank Trigger. I just ask, before I show this, that you all will send up some prayers for Summer Moon's brothers. I've been asking for people to pray for them over the course of the last couple days. As all of you guys know, Summer's brothers were removed from the house, and they could use all the prayers you could give them. Please keep them in your thoughts as we move along through this case, through this journey. The boys are very important, and after all, they are Summer's brothers. They deserve all the positive energy and prayers that they can possibly get at this time. I want to make sure also that I say, if you're going to share this video and if you're going to put this out on your channel in any way, shape, or form, please cite your source. Please put Jamie's link, his channel link, and his video link in your description and in your comment section. I think it's very important, you guys. The last video that Jamie put out, a lot of people took that as if it were their own work. They monetized their videos, and they did profit off of his videos. I think that it's important not to do that. Please give Jamie the credit. He has gone above and beyond to try to help Summer, and I want to make sure that he's getting the credit for his own work. Have some courtesy, you guys, in sharing his video, and make sure that everyone knows where to go find this. It's important. I'm going to give you all a little preview of Jamie's walkthrough of the dog trail, and when you get done over here, go over and show Jamie some love. All you have to do is click down on the little arrow. It's going to drop down, and you're going to find Jamie's link, his channel link, and his video link, along with Triggered Crimes. So you guys, here you go. Thank you so much, Jamie Wilson, for all that you're doing for Summer. You are so very much appreciated by all of us.
All I can say is from the 29th to mid-August, some very weird shit was. Alright, guys, so fun little shiny bits. So I'm gonna, quite distracted currently. Something came to mind, shook loose a bit. So now, forever hunting, right? And another set of dates seems to be some things. From the way back before, sort of before here, right? I mean, we damn sure weren't public, but, also came across, I wouldn't say accidental, video, because it was taken on purpose at the time. I just happened across it a minute ago. It definitely matches one of the ones we've had some issues with. That we also gave the video to the FBI. In those very early days, and I had shit to do with that WJHL shit, Cam and Twister and stalking shit, and right back to 110 shit. I'm pretty sure I just identified for absolute facts because of, and they were indeed in Ben Hill. Forever moved out of it, which, but at the time, took the video because we didn't know who they were and what the fuck they were doing in Ben Hill. And how they connected back to this goddamn. Anyway, among many other things here, all kinds of little shiny bits just fell up. So, weird set of dates here. I'll fall between them. Oh, yeah. It shows it's always been weird dates, but these little pieces, they fit. Now to put it in place, I guess, right? Anyway, y'all, you have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever y'all are. No, it's been a strange night. I've definitely been off, been a little distracted. It's hard walking through some of this tonight. A little triggering. And just little shiny bits everywhere. Definitely pulling squirrels. So anyway, you guys, I'm out of here for right now. Y'all take care. Do me a favor, as always, please share Summer's picture information and call her by her name. Y'all know what I mean by information, and it does not include any social media, YouTube, any of those around us. And is speaking. It means law enforcement, state, local, TBI, FBI. It means local investigative journalists, not those of the jail, or Bullhorn and Enton varieties. But please do share the DV, Universal Hand Signal for Help, and please share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. Okay. Throw out little pebbles and sparks whenever you can. Y'all have a good one.